morning, everyone. It's so wonderful to have you all back here in person after 2 years. You are indeed our very first in-person space event that we've been able to do. So thank you all so much for those of you who are joining us here at MIT, and also all of you on the live stream. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Ariel Ekblad. I'm the founder and director of the MIT Space Exploration Initiative, and today we're going to take you on a wild tour of space exploration, from opening access to life in space, to astrobiology and the search for life in our universe, to space and the arts, what makes a life in space worth living, to zero-gravity work underway right here at MIT with some fabulous students that you'll hear from with some lightning talks. And then we'll end the day with our vanguard astronauts exploring space in new ways and really marking a new wave of space tourism and space commerce. So we hope you enjoy all that we have to offer today. We also have a few workshops in the middle of the afternoon. You get to choose your own adventure. There's Space and Play, a space architecture workshop, a workshop focused on human-computer interaction for space, and then finally, a new one just announcing today. Forrest, are you here? Where's Forrest? Aha! Going to be leading from Lunar Outpost, our partner for a very exciting mission that Dave and I will tell you more about, a lunar-focused mission workshop as well. So start mulling over which one you'd like to attend, and we'll bring you back to those in the middle of the afternoon. Without further ado, to help me welcome you today, I would like to bring up and introduce the director of the Media Lab, former deputy administrator of NASA, Apollo program professor at MIT, and most important to me, my former PhD committee member, Dr. David Newman.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? Hope you're doing as well as I am. Welcome to the Media Lab. Well, it's an honor for us to welcome you online, streaming, as well as in person. Have to say, in-person gatherings are so special. We're never going to take these for granted ever again. Of course, it's the 5th Beyond the Cradle, but after a couple-year hiatus. Yes. So it's kind of like the first one with all this incredible energy with all of you and welcoming you. So first and foremost, can we please thank Ariel? None of us would be here without Dr. Ekblad, so she's just amazing. I'm just running after her, force of nature, trying to keep up and maybe pick up some of the things dropping. So really excited to have you all here. Quick overview, a real quick overview, the Media Lab. Again, it's been wonderful. You might know me as the Apollo program professor, a long time at MIT for the last 28 years. I love this place. It's my home, MIT. But how fortunate am I to now come to the Media Lab? I've been pontificating about bringing together the arts, the sciences, and engineering and design my whole life. But yeah, now people are listening. And now I can really talk about that and say, this is where it's happening. And we're this magical place, multi-inter-transdisciplinary. We're really just about inventing technologies, experiences, the human experiences. Nothing incremental here. We're not very interested in that. It's the big, bold, moonshots, literal moonshots that we want to accomplish. And the only way we knew how to do that through excellence is being as most diverse as we can, infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Just bringing everyone to the, Gene Roddenberry, need to acknowledge. Thank you. So just bringing everyone to the table, painting that future vision of what we as humanity want to be. That's what we want to do. We're going to become interplanetary.
Interplanetary civilization. We're at the cusp of it.
So, again, welcome. It's our pleasure to have you with us all afternoon and evening, and just enjoy the conference, the lab, the discussion, each other, and give you a little bit of background in our introductory remark here. And this is my chance to have Q&A with Ariel. So, Ariel, what did you do within the last week in terms of scientific discovery on International Space Station?
Yes, where's Christian Meander? You want to raise your hands? Thanks to Christian and the Axiom team, we were able to send my PhD research, so these are tesserae self-assembling space tiles, up to the International Space Station on this historic, fully private mission. And actually, thanks to the Axiom team, got to take these tiles outside of the typical experiment containment area and let them self-assemble, building robotic self-assembling space structures in orbit with astronaut Mike Lopez Alegria. And this is a continuing research program we'll be going, trying to incrementally go bigger and bigger and bigger with these structures towards the future of self-assembling space habitats.
So pretty awesome. Amazing data. Can't wait to look at it. I got to see some great photos of it. But just to put this in context a little bit, you know, it takes me at least a decade to design and develop and experiment, train astronauts, and if I'm really lucky, get it flown. No, game changer, right? We are in a completely new era. You know, months, weeks, years, you know, a few years in the making, and now, you know, democratizing space. But it's happening. It's now. We've been dreaming about this for decades. No looking back. It's just a new day. We're, you know, raising up all the. When I want to have you say, you know, quick words. We have some of our students here, and so if you're a student, an MIT student, or don't have to be an MIT student, could you stand up? Because we want to give you
or former recent alumni.
Yeah. Alumni, yeah. It could be recent alumni, exactly. So just come on, don't be shy. You're all not shy. I know you. I have you in class. You're not shy. So incredible opportunities that we're hopefully providing all of our students as well. You want to talk about some flights that are coming up for students?
Yes, so in May we are running our annual Zero Gravity Flight. A little bit about the Space Exploration Initiative, we run a flight opportunities program every year. So we do a zero-G flight for 25 students, faculty, and researchers. And raise your hand if you're on this year's flight. Mona, Martin, Sana, yes, Michelle, great. These are the gateway opportunities to give graduate students an opportunity to build their own hardware and experience it on what we affectionately call the vomit comet. But we manage those expectations these days. And it's a really incredible opportunity to test our research in a weightless environment. So we start on the zero-G flights. Then with Blue Origin, where's Erica? Aha, with Blue Origin, we then proceed to suborbital research payloads, and then International Space Station missions with NanoRacks and Voyager. Dylan, you want to raise a hand there for Voyager? And Axiom that we just talked about for ISS. And then Deva, I'll let you tease the capstone, where we're headed next after zero-G.
Yes, exactly. So from, you know, ISS and micro exposure. So how about the moon and Mars? Yeah, here we're going to the moon, which I'm really excited about that. I'm really excited about Mars too, if you know me. But that's for a different day. Right now we're going to talk about the moon, but offering, you know, again, a lunar class, which you get from Aero Astro. We have a lot of capstone design and build. That's great. But no. Now, it's probably the first time, for sure, I'm the Apollo program professor. You know, we haven't been back to the moon in 50 years. That's a little too long. So we're going to the moon. Lunar Outpost was given a shout out. We're going to give all of our industry folks, we're going to hopefully give you all a shout out, because it takes all of us to do these amazing things that we're doing together. So we are going to go on these first commercial lunar opportunities. We, meaning we're sending our brains and our hardware and software and demonstrating the technology for those upcoming and those future human missions. But you know, I don't know, you know, back to being a student, and I did get to participate on a flight experiment for the shuttle. That was what I remember. Not all the hard work. What I remember was I had to train those astronauts and fly that hardware. And so again, now we're doing that, but literally to the moon, designing, developing, and flying payloads in the coming year. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Schedule slip, but this one's better not slip too long. I was at NASA for a while. I know about schedule slips, but no, these new commercial opportunities. I want to tell them a little bit about, so we're working with the students. We prioritize across all of MIT. That's one thing that's pretty special about the Space Exploration Initiative. Sure, it's housed here in the Media Lab, but it's for all of MIT.
All departments.
So in Ariel and Jeff Hoffman were teaching, we kind of prioritize, what do we think, you know, the top 4 or 5 payloads that we should fly for MIT? And they are?
And they are. So flying in June of next year, which is really wild to be able to go to the moon this soon, on an Intuitive Machines lander mission, is a swarm robot inspired by the swarm robots of Seven Eves. Has anybody here read Seven Eves? The Neil Stephenson book. Beautiful. So there's this beautiful notion of small swarm robots in symbiosis with a spacecraft, doing diagnostics, servicing, testing, inspection. We are sending one, he's all on his own. We do in the future hope to send many, but we're sending one small swarm robot that will be able to take a path along the top of the Lunar Outpost rover and do thermal sensing and maybe even a little bit of imaging if we get a chance. And then the second payload is an incredibly advanced camera. It's based on a commercial off-the-shelf part that we are actually ruggedizing for space that will take depth field imagery of this particular area on the lunar surface It's a historic mission with Intuitive Machines and Lunar Outpost because we actually haven't been to this area of the lunar South Pole. And we're hoping that NASA and the Artemis 3 mission, which will send the first woman to the surface of the moon, will actually
and a few other people.
And a few
right?
other
Some
people.
dudes or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a few other people. Indeed. Will actually be able to potentially leverage the data and the imagery that's being taken from this camera and support a human mission in this area of the moon. And this is a project that Deva has been leading called Resource with a collaboration with NASA Ames.
Yeah, so that's just the top two. So resource, looking for resources. There's a lot of ice there. Well, how much? We have to learn to live off the land, in situ resource utilization. The magnetometer, some other, again, other high priority kind of payloads that we can.
Melt and the tower.
The melt tower, communications. These are the ones that bubbled up. The two we're really developing, going through the design reviews and CDR and getting those two done. But we have our top list of, the top half a dozen because, did we tell you we're going to the moon to stay this time? Yeah, because we're just gonna keep cranking these out and, go on any mission we can.
Yeah, indeed.
So I think we're
I think we're out of time.
How are you doing? They didn't give us a countdown.
Time for us to kick it off.
We're just going to stay up here because we actually don't have a running timer. So sorry, you get to listen to us all afternoon. But no, just super, super happy to welcome you into the Media Lab. A great day we have planned. We're back. We're going to go to the moon to stay. We will be talked a little bit about Ariel's amazing work on International Space Station, but just what an opportunity. Like I said, there's different routes now through NASA or public funding, different government agencies, but working with all you commercial folks we're incredibly excited about. MIT is also a signatory, a member. We're in the University Council for Orbital Reef as well. Sarika, shout out to those folks. So every and all opportunities we can to live off planet and take our science and engineering technology, as well as our artists and designers, take all of us either physically there, but all that good work too, especially for the largest benefit and impact for Earth we're pretty focused on, which goes right in line with the Media Lab mission as well, to our technologies and experiences, but for the most societal impact that we can have in the shortest possible time.
Crossover between Earth and space. And that is a great segue to our first panel, which will be on democratizing access to space, for which I would like to invite the panel up, led by Timiebi Abganagba, assistant professor at the Arizona State University and a leading mind for space policy. So please join me in welcoming them and our first panel of the day.
Woohoo!
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? Good. That was really an amazing introduction. I'm so excited. It's my first time at MIT, so happy to hear those things. I have a bit of an introduction, and it's going to look weird because I have so much to say before I invite this wonderful panel, but I wanted to just set some context. Because this kind of language we hear all the time, democratization, what does it even mean? So I believe I have some context that I would love to bring to the discussion before I bring these wonderful perspectives to bear. So I recently published an editorial in Science magazine about Africa's growing space enterprise. And in talking about intra-African cooperation, my colleague at my school was really shocked at the apparent willingness to put aside rivalries and other issues for Africans to collaborate in space. He said, is this transferable to the more earthly issues, or is this a function of the seductiveness of the space imaginary? The space imaginary. That intuitively struck me. Is he saying that all this doesn't seem real? Maybe I'm not getting something about the word imaginary. So I Googled the word imaginary, and its common definition is something that exists only in the imagination. So I had to agree. The dominant narratives in space play on this. Many space stories and visions are imaginary and seem far removed from everyday life to the general public. As someone who started her career in the developing country, I wondered, what good does the space imaginary bring? But I realized a Google search wouldn't cut it. I'm a professor, so I know there must be solid research on this. If we're to turn on its head the space imaginary and use it in a more positive way than I think my colleague inadvertently meant. So it turns out that there's been a growing recognition in the social sciences and humanities that imagination, or the capacity to imagine, is a crucial constitutive element in social and political life. From an academic perspective, imagination is no longer seen as mere fantasy or illusion, but as an important cultural resource that enables new forms of life. According to Harvard Science and Technology Studies scholar Sheila Jasanoff, imagination does 4 things. It helps produce collective systems of meaning that enable the interpretation of social reality. It forms the basis for a shared sense of belonging and attachment to a political community. It provides the gaze through which the other, or the stranger, is constructed and represented. And it guides the simplification and standardization of objects so as to control them more efficiently. So imagination is thus an organized field of social practices. It operates in itself as a collective social fact and serves as a key component in the making of social order. So bearing this in mind, its relevance is in the imagined forms of social life and social order that center on development and fulfillment of innovative scientific and technological projects. Janisov calls this the socio-technical imaginary, something that is at once descriptive of attainable futures and prescriptive of the kinds of futures that ought to be attained. On a practical level, these imaginaries have the power to shape technological design, channel public expenditures, and justify the inclusion and exclusion of citizens with respect to the presumed benefits of technological progress. Now, this lens helps us address questions about the meaning of technological developments, their links to social and political institutions, and the implications of technology's social embeddedness for responsible global governance of both knowledge and technology. I'm a law and governance expert and a professor of space and society, so I really care about this notion of democratization and the tools of its implementation, and unfortunately the need for its enforcement, because it's an area rife with lip service. So the first question that is relevant is, using this lens, what does democratizing access to space, as this panel suggests, mean? What alternative models of democratization exist, and what are the advantages and disadvantages? I first heard the term democratizing access to space in a 2015 Foreign Affairs article by David Bachow and William Westbler of the RAND Corporation. And in 2018, in a TEDx talk, I introduced this notion of democratization in the context of the European Space Agency's Space 4.0 concept. So essentially, there have been 4 eras of space. But the expansion inherent to Space 4.0 fostered what Danny Bednar argues is actually the central point of the Space 5.0. We are, in fact, in a new era, and the whole Space 5.0, which is equally subjective, is one that he argues is reflective of the emergence of new space actors focused on ethical entanglements as a guide to their engagement in the space network. So here, in talking about diversification or democratization, we must realize that with the expansion of space activities comes plurality and diversity of experiences at levels never seen before. It's not entirely new, it's just become more accurate as a brand, because it's undeniable that new actors enter the space network are shaped by critical self-reflection and cultural moments unique from past eras. While the Apollo era could ignore critiques such as Jill Scott Heron's poem, Whitey on the Moon, ignoring the plight of minorities, Black Lives Matter, the effect of the pandemic just won't fly. So the question of the 5.0 is, what kind of entangled actors do we want to be in this old, new environment? What ethical considerations should drive our interests and relations? Why do we care about things that happen in space? What do we want to happen? What are the daily, local, social, cultural, and moral ramifications of our space interests? Not all space activities are created equal, so what kind of space actors do we want to be? Putting all this together, I realized that if we do not prioritize the social dimensions, we will get nowhere, because the challenges in the Space 5.0 with people living and working in space will be primarily social. So democratization of space means to me that everyone can choose themselves which space imaginary they can realize. The one that I want is a vibrant Africa where the benefits of technological innovations flow down to the little girl and the boy in the village, where Africa capitalizes on the fact that by 2030, young Africans are expected to make up 42% of the world's youth. With such a large population of young people, supportive policies and programs on inclusive youth development are critical now more than ever. Africa's growth story is a youth story. So in our science paper, Etim Ofyong and I propose that the African Union needs to accelerate launching the Pan-African University Institute for Space Sciences, which is intended to fill a pipeline with skilled labor for Africa's space industry. Furthermore, an African Space Education Summit should be convened to build a strategy to prepare the next generation of students to enter all sectors of the space enterprise. The African Academy of Science, with its expertise in geological, environmental, earth and space science, as well as policy, is in a good position to start planning that meeting. A vibrant space industry is a refreshing change from past international efforts that tended to cast Africa as a resource for external interests, or simply as a continent always in need of support. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, emphasized that Africa has a choice of countries to partner with and should expect better engagement, hinting at a need for broad partnerships and investments in Africa. The question of what that could look like should be put on the agenda at the next US-Africa summit proposed to be held this year. With that subjective context, it is my pleasure to moderate this panel of innovators who have their own ideas of what democratization of access to space means. So first of all, Dylan Taylor is an executive commercial astronaut and super angel investor in the new space industry. He's the chairman and CEO of Voyager Space Holdings and former global president of Colliers International. In 2017, Dylan founded the nonprofit and social movement Space for Humanity, which seeks to democratize space exploration and develop solutions for global issues. Christian is the director in space manufacturing and research at Axiom Space, and he directs Axiom's conversations with in-space manufacturing and research customers. Prior to joining Axiom, Christian's 17-year NASA career included roles as technical liaison for ISS mission integrations and operations, ISS National Lab Deputy Manager, and chair of the ISS Research Planning Group. And finally, the wonderful Monica Minkara. Dr. Monica Minkara is an assistant professor in the Department of Bioengineering and a faculty member in the Department of Chemistry and Chemical Biology at Northeastern, where she heads the combined lab. Dr. Minkara's research at Northern focused on using computational methods to study biological interfaces at the atomic and the molecular scale. She documents her travels around the world through her YouTube channel, Planes, Trains, and Cranes, and she's also an Astro Access Ambassador, an organization dedicated to promoting disability inclusion in the space exploration. So thank you for joining me. So with that really long introduction, I think that it's not often that I think subjectivity is really important. So the you, who is the I? What do I think in this context? But I think for something like democratizing access to space, I really care about the person and who is saying this and what does this mean to you. So if we can go down the panel, I would love to get everyone's perspectives. When you heard about this session and this title, what does it mean to you? Let's start with you, Dylan.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. You know, for me, a lot of what you touched on resonates with me, but I think first and foremost, democracy at its very best is will of the people, right? And if you look at space as a template for reimagining what humanity can be, ideally it's not a copy-paste of what we have. Ideally it's a reimagining of what's possible, and I think that's what excites us about space. So what does the future look like? I think if we were to poll the world, if I can be so bold as to say that, I think it would be more inclusive. I think it'd be a kinder, more hopeful place. And I think it would allow the minimization of gatekeepers. We have a lot of gatekeepers currently, whether it's gatekeepers of careers and power structures or access to space or things to do in space. Not to say you don't need rules and not to say you don't need policy, but I think minimizing the obstructions to having this new flourishing of space. So that's what it means to me. And I think to make it more tangible is how do we get more people up there? You know, I had the privilege of going in December, changed my life. And I had an expectation, by the way, it would change my life. And it still changed my life. So I have a sense of urgency now that I didn't have, which is how do we get more people up there? And how do we enable those people to come back down who have been impacted to do real work here on Earth, right? It's just space for Earth, not escape from Earth. So that's what it means to me. Yeah.
Excellent. What about you, Christian?
Well, to play on what Dylan has said, because a lot of what he says resonates with me, it does start with how do you get more people to space, but the how is kind of what I focus on. And I think when you talk about democratization of space, there's not just getting more people to orbit, but it's about bringing space to more people on the ground. You can have conversations in many countries in the world where space is the farthest thing from someone's mind. How do you bring the value, create value and bring that value to every person on Earth is democratization of space in my mind. It's a way that we create value streams coming out of space, both from whether it's imagery or research or manufacturing in orbit, and leveraging those onto people's daily lives. And so to me, there's a couple pieces to that. You do need to figure out how to fly more people, but you need to use that in a way, as a contextual way, to make space more present to the world's community. You know, I look at my kids, 12 and 8 today, and they've never known a day that someone hasn't been in space. And it's fun to watch them be completely bored with dad's job. But the point is that's kind of, to me, that is illustrative of democratization in some ways, when the world looks at space as another place to do business. But what we've got to do to do it, to get more people in orbit, to create this opportunity, is we have to really build the economies and the activities in space that really drive putting more people in orbit. We can fly if we want to spend the money as many people as we want to, but we know it's expensive today. The only way those costs come down is generating economic activity in orbit that really creates purpose for people being there. And at that point, when you create that purpose, you create that opportunity zone where people can really come do anything, their own space imaginary, because you've created an infrastructure layer and people that can be in orbit. And so for me, the how is just beginning here. You know, I'm excited that we just finished this first mission with Axiom and the flying of some of our first astronauts, and I think it's just the very beginnings of a stepping stone towards where we need to be. But what's really important is about creating the reason for being in space, and by that, the opportunity will follow, the people will follow, and then the insertion into everyday life, I think, will follow with that.
Excellent. Mona?
So for everybody out there in the audience, something that I do want to share is that I am blind. And I think it would be, what it means to me is it would be really cool that one day, for example, your kids would not find it boring, that it would be expected to find a blind astronaut, to find somebody who's deaf, to find someone who is considered outside of what is today seen as an astronaut, to go into space. So that's what it means for me personally. For me to have a voice at the table, to bring that perspective, and not just have a voice at the table, but kind of show the world from, it's not just good enough to include people of different backgrounds and different, abilities, but that it is an asset to space, and an asset to Earth as a whole. So that's
Excellent. Those are really, really great points. And I know that each of you have probably thought about what this means on a practical level. Like we highlighted Dylan's work with Space for Humanity. So could you speak to, how you realize this lofty goal and ambition into like actual practical things that you can say, this is the benefit that it brought by doing that?
Right. Space for Humanity, for those of you who don't know, its mission is to send everyday, in quotes, citizens. They're extraordinary because they've been selected out of an applicant pool of 7,000, I believe, applicants at this point. But to fly them to space, have this experience, but then in exchange for that, do a fellowship, do a program here on Earth tied to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So as a tangible fact, I think we're very close to being able to fly someone. I think that'll happen this year. Select someone and fly someone. And I think that would be really profound, especially if we select someone who has a diverse background and can demonstrate to the world that all people, space is for everybody, and all people have access to space now. So that's one tangible thing, but obviously it doesn't scale particularly easily, right, to Christian's point. And that's why, for me, it's more of a social movement around this idea that space is a tool for transformation. It's a lot of things, right? It's the technical challenge, it's the investment opportunity, it's a harsh environment, but fundamentally, I think it's a tool for transformation. And the more people who buy into that notion, I think the more support we'll have for space, the more democratization of space will occur. And I think fundamentally we'll be a better civilization because of it, because it is a way to reimagine what's possible. And I think we can all agree hope and inspiration are, we need more hope and inspiration in the world. And I think space allows us to have that more hopeful future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there are some really interesting, tangible things. I don't think that even you know that I'm on the Inclusion Council of Space for Humanity, which is basically, a set of people that are really mandated to say, what does this even mean? Like, who's actually been included? So we have an Indigenous representative there. I'm there. Someone from the Secure World Foundation is there. And I hope that through that, it's the ability to have really meaningful conversations to get beyond these lofty kind of goals. So kind of, Mona, you've experienced the challenge of trying to make it in this industry that is very ableist and is about the best, and not that I'm not saying that you're the best, but all about, we have all the top people. How do you think that you have to be extraordinary to be able to be in this? Or is there hope for most people that there's a way that they can be involved?
I mean, I believe there is hope, and it should be that way, because, we'll start from the beginning. What does it mean to be extraordinary? And in a really cheesy fashion, we can all say that we all bring unique perspectives, so we're all extraordinary, right? Whatever ordinary is. But I think it really comes down to this as a philosophy. What are we thinking? What are we bringing to space? What does it truly mean to include people of different backgrounds? And why do we want to do that? So if we only see it from this lens that it's gonna, like a very narrow lens, that there's a certain type of person that can only bring back a certain type of asset, then we're not gonna ever truly be open and use this opportunity of a new frontier to change even social perspectives here. Like, I always come back to the same point. We all sit down and philosophically, as a scientist, right? I always sit there and talk about the unseen advantage, that maybe because I am blind and that I have to do my science analysis differently, that I'm going to be able to discover new things. Mm-hmm. But people genuinely yet haven't internalized what that really means. What does it truly mean to bring that new perspective, and what can that bring to society? I think we really do need to bring different people to show that that's the case. I don't know if that answered your question. I feel like I want to, yeah.
No, absolutely. I feel this way when I think of who do I go to for advice. I tell you, I go to the young African girl that knows nothing about space, because that's a great insight, or I go to experts in other industries. Rarely do I think about finding other space lawyers to talk about space law issues, or except maybe Chris Johnson. But the interesting thing, let me bring this to you, Christian, is, during COVID, I know that I was in the press a lot when we had all the flights coming from Virgin and, the first flights from Blue. And it was everywhere. Like, this is a crazy thing. We're in the midst of a pandemic. You've got a bunch of billionaires just having joyrides up in space. Is this really something that people care about? Is it just a bunch of rich white men, having fun while the rest of us are suffering? So how do you respond to that?
I respond with going back to what I said about how we democratize, and it's about creating opportunity. And today, creating opportunity means that we fly who can afford to fly, people who are not extraordinary per se, but are motivated to create economies in space and create opportunities in space and create things that we can do in space that will drive making space bigger and more accessible to everyone. You know, the first crew that flew on our AX-1 mission, even before they were ever astronauts, they were philanthropists, they were investors in science on the ground, and they brought that same mentality to the mission that they did. And it's those kind of pathfinders that I think really have to open, I get teased a lot for saying this, but open the aperture a little bit to allowing more diverse opportunities to execute in space. And we do that by starting this now. So I feel privileged that I get to play a role in creating these first opportunities. And again, the more work, the more opportunity we create in orbit, the more the costs come down. It may feel like a trope, but it is true. It's an economic theory. It works. And so the point is that the more we can do that, the more access we can create, and the more, again, to use your words, the more space imaginaries we can enable.
That's really interesting, talking about the background of these people. And at the end of the day, most of the work that they did was stimulating economies on Earth, right? So Dylan, with your background in, you know, innovation and entrepreneurship, how do we think about the space economy on Earth? So yes, we want to create an economy in space, but Earth already exists, right? There's still jurisdictions that don't have any space activity that might want some. I'm working on a project talking about integrating space in the local economy, because I'm saying space can't be like in a silo. In Arizona, we talk about the 5 Cs: citrus, climate. These are what Arizona is known for. All the kids know about this, but we don't talk about the connection between space and the 5 Cs. So how do we integrate space in economies so that it becomes a normal thing before we get to the economies in space?
Yeah, it's a terrific question. I'm of the opinion it's already integrated. I think we need to do a better job of explaining it. And you know, I joke with people, everyone is in the space industry, they just don't know it yet. And it's because, you know, if you look at how it permeates our lives today, we all have smartphones, presumably. That's obviously enabled by space. Pretty much every Silicon Valley business plan, let's say in the last 20 years, has been enabled by the GPS constellation, as we know. So I think that it permeates in different ways. The whole climate movement, I would posit, you know, came out of the Earthrise photo. Our climate data primarily comes from space-based assets. All the science we're doing, you know, Mike, sitting in the front row, who I'm a fan of, helped repair the Hubble telescope. We now have the James Webb Space Telescope. Understanding, you know, what humanity is, where we came from, laws of the universe, all those kinds of things are enabled by space. So, I mean, a lot of the research happening here at MIT is based upon things we've learned being out in space. So I think it's a communication issue more than anything else, and I think we need to do a better job with the rank and file people who don't think about space on a daily basis, to explain to them how impactful it is to their daily lives. And I think if we did a better job of that, I think it would permeate a bit more and integrate a bit more.
Absolutely. I mean, Mona, how do you think we could do a better job at the narratives? Because I know from my perspective as an African, I worked at the Nigerian Space Agency for a year, 15 years ago, and stepping out, nobody thought space was cool. Nobody had even heard of it. So, you know, I spend my time thinking about how do we reach all these other people? So what do you think we could be doing about our communication?
Well, there's a few things I have to say about that, actually. So number one, in communication, should always be an accessible story. And I think my experience with Astro Access, which is, I don't know if everybody knows about this, but Astro Access is like a project, an organization, like a group, or a project under SciAccess, head by Anna Volker and George Weissite. But basically, what we ended up doing is they put it out there for 12 ambassadors with disabilities to go experience zero gravity. And I got to go on a flight where I went with my fellow ambassadors, and we ran experiments, and we got to experience zero gravity, all within the story, to try to start telling the story of having, what does it mean for people with disabilities to be in space? And what can we start doing from now to make space more accessible? And so with that, now we have the story of 12 individuals that go out now into the world like me, and now I get to share my story. And we start doing it that way. So slowly, bit by bit, the story needs to be more accessible. It needs to be told. It needs to be incorporated with more people, you know, bringing to the table to hear the story, to share their own story and their perspective. That's my answer, yeah.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I know AJ Link is doing a fabulous job as the Director of Communications on that. So, you know, and I think more and more projects are thinking about how do we add that storytelling element. I think it's really challenging for scientists and technologies because it feels like all those soft things are not the priority. But I think maybe one of the things to changing that is transdisciplinary education. That's why places like MIT Media Lab, my school, Arizona State University, are so unique because of that emphasis on transdisciplinarity. I mean, with working with different universities, have you noticed that there's a real difference? Maybe ask you, Christian, with that approach?
I think there should be, and there is. I think the next transformation isn't just transdisciplinary at a university, but it really needs to be coalitions of universities from different parts of the world working together on certain projects. And you know, what I'm hoping is that by all of these commercial entities starting to open the opportunities to fly in a non-traditional way, where you don't have to rely on a government or a government program to get to orbit, but you can actually do things in a different manner, is going to create these kinds of pathways that people look for coalitions. I mean, we're working with universities in all 6 continents at this point, and the engagement is strong at the academic level. What I wanted to add to what, you know, they've already added is, I see the value in the top-down communication in the value space. I see the value in the grassroots. And then I think the third thing that needs to be added are these proof cases on where space can be valuable for people on Earth, not just from the things that we already know in terms of GPS, because those are and those kinds of things that we already have, but all the other things like cures for new disease that have been validated or verified from space, or even therapies that are built in space. You know, those are the kinds of things that when people look up and say, really, you can do that? That's a great story to be able to go tell a community, and especially a community of youth, about the opportunity. Because what we've really got to do is make the world's youth today understand that space is a playground that they can play in and that they have access to it. And if we can communicate that, then that kind of dreaming can really start to take off.
Excellent. I love that point about coalitions, because the Interplanetary Initiative at Arizona State University is leading the coalition of universities around the Orbital Reef project. So firsthand, I can really say that I attest to that. So with 25 seconds left to go, I just want to thank you guys for being such a great audience. I'm sorry there's no time for questions. Thank you so much. Please help me thank my panelists.
Thank you.
Please feel free to talk to any of us during the break about any of the issues that we've talked about. Thank you.
Great. Nice job, Chris. You too.
All right. Hello, everyone. Let's give a hand to the panelists one more time. That was great. My name is Al Antosca. I am the program manager of the MIT Space Exploration Initiative, and it's great to see everyone here in person. For the first time for me, this is my very first Beyond the Cradle in person, so this is a very special moment, and I'm really excited about being here today, and specifically about the next panel. Last year, our Beyond the Cradle was virtual, and one of my favorite features was the lightning talks. This is what I'm going to be presenting next. So we're going to have a change of format. Up next, we're going to have 4 presenters, researchers from across the MIT ecosystem, and they're going to present their research in a very condensed lightning talk, rapid fire style. And so I'm going to bring up first Michelle Lin, then followed by Sana Sharma, and then Dr. Valentina Sumini, and finally Martin Nisser. So without further ado, I will ask Michelle to kick us off, and let's give her a hand.
Spaceflight often conjures up images of astronauts propelling themselves gracefully through the space station or floating peacefully by the cupola, as astronaut Karen Nyberg is doing in this photo. My name is Michelle Lin. I'm a graduate student with MIT Aero-Astro in the Human Systems Lab and a graduate researcher in the Space Exploration Initiative. I study how to design architecture for space, and I want to be an astronaut. But first, I'm looking forward to experiencing microgravity in the following form: through a parabolic flight. Now, contrasting this with the previous image, we see that first-time flyers, like these Virgin Galactic commercial astronauts doing their parabolic training, are much less graceful than their NASA-trained counterparts. Therefore, I hypothesize that there's an adaptation process occurring to our movements in microgravity. Now, this makes a lot of sense. We know that the human body is extremely adaptable to all kinds of environments, and especially in spaceflight, we see that the cardiovascular and the musculoskeletal system adapting and establishing a new set point, or what we call homeostasis, in flight. The proprioceptive system, which is controlling our awareness and control of our movements, is highly gravity dependent due to our inner ear and vestibular system, but actually little research has been done of the actual adaptation processes that occurs to our proprioceptive systems in flight. Informed by my own experiences as a freediver and ballet dancer, I was interested in investigating the idea of fluidity in microgravity. Now, fluidity is a concept that's commonly talked about in ballet and all kinds of dance and underwater, but most of us actually have an idea of what like a fluid movement looks like, right? But I'm more interested in quantifying the idea of fluidity and using that as a proxy to measure the adaptation process of our proprioceptive systems in flight. And in order to do so, I designed and prototyped a wearable sensor system garment that's capable of measuring kinematic data at each joint on the body. And when paired with a biomechanical model, this will help me measure the fluidity of movements across time during spaceflight. This work is important because I hypothesize that when we first get into microgravity, our proprioceptive systems are not well adapted and will experience less fluid movements like we saw in the Virgin Galactic case. And with the more time spent in microgravity, we'll become more adapted, our proprioceptive systems will be more used to microgravity, and we'll experience more fluid movements. And these data will help me answer the questions of, do we become more graceful in microgravity? And if so, what time scale does that occur in? Is it over something like a short duration parabolic flight or a much longer ISS stay? These questions are critical because as we begin to go into this new space age, the new space 5.0, with the rise of commercial space, we're seeing more and more commercial astronauts and non-NASA trained spaceflight participants go into microgravity. And understanding of their proprioceptive adaptation process is key to preventing injuries to the crew and damages to the equipment. Fundamental physiological research about the proprioceptive system is also key for applications such as spacesuit design and spacecraft habitat design. Work in this arena will become important as we think about how to mitigate risks of injuries due to maladapted proprioceptive systems for long-duration spaceflight and planetary exploration missions right after long-duration spaceflight. I'm excited to fly this in the SEI mission in May, like we talked about a little earlier in their parabolic flight next month. I'd like to shout out SEI because even as an Aero-Astro researcher, I've been given the opportunity to collaborate closely with Dr. Ekblaw and some of the colleagues also participating in the course and across SEI in general. It's really a wonderful, innovative, artistic, creative environment for us graduate students to be able to come up with these transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary applications of our work. So thank you for taking the time to learn about a novel application of an artistic and interdisciplinary framework into a fundamental physiological process in microgravity. Thank you.
Alrighty. Ah, lovely. You all can hear me. Just one moment as we figure out slides. Wonderful. Hello, everyone. My name is Sana Sharma. I'm a designer and researcher with the MIT Space Exploration Initiative, and I'm excited today to talk to you all about
my passion project called Fluid Expressions, which is an artistic endeavor to capture the experience of microgravity in spaceflight, as well as a story, a personal reflection on how circumstance can evolve design philosophy. Now, Fluid Expressions began from a single question. How might we capture the feeling of being in space? Not just the image, but that embodied ephemeral experience that to date only a privileged few have been able to experience. Now, aboard the ISS and over the past several years, as long as we have had humans in space, components of this ephemeral experience have been captured through art, through science, through culture. As you can see clockwise from the top, astronaut Koichi Wakata's calligraphy in space does a beautiful job of combining microgravity ink to create a new version of a centuries-old art form. Don Pettit's experiments with sort of beautiful fluids demonstrates really clearly and crisply the counterintuitive and mesmerizing nature of fluids in microgravity. Takuro Osaka's spiral top, which you can see in the corner, uses both light as well as long exposure photography in order to communicate movement. And finally, Nicole Stott's beautiful and famous first watercolor in space does a phenomenal job of capturing the beauty of Earth from orbit. Now, how might we, based on all of this precedent, create something that would be able to capture the interplay between canvas, artist, and media? The unique agency and anima afforded to craft and materials in space due to microgravity. How might we also, like a message in a bottle, condense, record, capture this experience in order to share with others? Now, in early 2021, I set out to create my own message in a bottle for space, which I called a memory capsule, in order to record microgravity memories. The container itself was to be my easel, and the cylindrical canvas that I used within the interior was meant to capture the three-dimensionality that was possible and afforded by microgravity. I would insert paint and manipulate it through the top and record the experience through a camera attached to the bottom lid. My hope was that I could rotate and manipulate this container and perform and play with it and communicate that play and that interplay through this particular performance. That was the plan. Then, as winter turned to spring in 2021 and I began to build, things began to shift. To be honest, my desire to work with technology, screens, modern materials in general started to wane, and I instead craved working with materials that felt warm and tactile in my hands, despite being, in some cases, some of the rarest materials in the universe as a whole. I decided to handcraft as much of my memory capsule as possible, putting my blood and sweat and tears into leathercraft, woodworking, in order to build something that was designed specifically for microgravity, but had really strong terrestrial roots as well. As 2021 continued to stretch on, I reflected upon how the isolation and confinement I was feeling, that I'm sure many of us felt, mirrored the distance that one might feel when living off-world. And I desired to integrate the people I loved, the places I love, my community into my artwork. A tactile memory of care and comfort that I could bring with me. In short, this object that I meant to create in order to capture an experience outside of me, the ways in which microgravity would change me, also became a reflection and a locus for who I was as a person. The things that, regardless of how far I travel, I could never leave behind. In May 2021, I had the opportunity to fly on a zero-G flight thanks to SEI. And it was first and foremost a lesson in both humility as well as unknown unknowns. For every one moment of serenity and focus on my work, I experienced the full spectrum of human emotions during this flight, from confusion to minor panic to genuine, unbridled joy. I learned a tremendous amount about my craft on this flight, from the stickiness of water and paint due to surface tension and microgravity, to the absorption of my canvas and material, to how 20 seconds of zero-G on a parabolic flight can feel simultaneously like an instant and an eternity, depending on what you're working on and how you're doing it. Like most good research, I left that flight with more questions and inspiration than I had answers, but I was also inspired to iterate and evolve on my work. First and foremost, I thought about how I could integrate more of who I was as a person, not only into the capsule, but also into the art, the media, the performance that I was aiming to create. I thought, well, what if I could use tie-dye, something that is very important to me and is a cultural tradition in terms of textile from the regions I'm from in India, as well as an important component of my summers growing up in New England and attending summer camp. If there was a way I could use that tactile, that textile component of my life to connect and bring together elements of who I am as a person, to bring my whole self to the flight. Now, this particular story and this particular memory capsule, unfortunately, I'll have to save to another date, for I'm also fortunate enough to fly in May 2022 in order to test this new version of fluid expression. So stay tuned for that. But what I'd like to end with is a question that I've been mulling over for some time while working on fluid expressions for the past 2 years. And that's, what do our artifacts of the future say about who we are and what we value? When we design for the future of space, what are our heirlooms? What are the things that live with us and grow and age with time, that we pass on to others, that remind us of who we are and where we come from? A lot of us in this room have the good fortune, the opportunity, the privilege of being able to design the future. And so my question for us is, what do the things we make represent about who we are? Our dreams, our past, our blind spots. I hope that as we design, build, get to go to space in the future, that we're all able to bring our whole selves and experience these new worlds while still holding on to who we are and what's important to us on Earth. Thank you very much. If any of you are interested in space and space painting, please contact me either in person or via links. Otherwise, it's been a pleasure talking to you all today. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Valentina Sumini, and I'm visiting professor at Politecnico di Milano. I'm also a space architect. I've been collaborating with the Space Exploration Initiative so far since I was a postdoc here in MIT, so it's been so far quite lots of years. And I'm very happy to talk to you today about the challenge of designing for human space exploration on other planetary bodies like the Moon and Mars. As I mentioned, being a space architect means also designing for the most extreme environments. And therefore, some of the challenges that we are trying to inspire students to design this new habitat, but for the Moon, Mars, a low Earth orbit, we have to face different challenges, environmental challenges. We will have reduced gravity conditions, extreme thermal variation, the problem of radiation exposure, and also the habitability aspect that you have to take into account because humanity in space is really fragile, and we have to protect it. And one of the challenges that all architects has to solve is how we can design a resilient community within this isolated and confined environment. And so we have to actually teach students and how to deal with all this multidisciplinarity. It's not just about architecture, it's not just about engineering. It's a multidisciplinary challenge, and we have to solve it by teaching how to combine all these body of knowledge together. And I had the opportunity since 2020 to teach this first course of Architecture for Human Space Exploration at Politecnico di Milano within the architecture school, Architecture of Urban Planning and Construction Engineering. And we had this wonderful idea last year to make it collaborative with the MIT Media Lab webinar series, thanks also to the support of the Space Exploration Initiative and the Responsive Environment Research Group, thanks to Professor Joseph Paradiso and the space architect Guy Trotti. And we had the opportunity to combine this didactic program together to inspire students how we can really expand from architecture syllabus course to design studio up to a more multidisciplinary environment. And the Media Lab is actually the most wonderful place where to explore this multidisciplinarity. And so far, the course hosted several experts in the field in different domains, from autonomous construction systems to the use of in situ resources utilization for a sustainable urban presence in space. we had inspirational talks about history of architecture, how to plan a crew mission on another planetary body, and of course, how we can deal with the problem of radiation protection. There were like several aspects from passive and active, also using organic materials. So we heard from scientists all over the globe. And this international collaboration helped us understand the state of the art of the current space architecture technology out there. And the 200 almost students that enrolled to this course had the possibility really to explore all these topics and to design a project that I'm going to show you later. And so far, this is just a memoir of all the talks that we gathered during this collaborative classroom. And we had experts and scientists and space architects coming from NASA JPL, NASA Johnson Space Center, the European Space Agency, different faculty members from MIT, different departments, and of course, I would say also Politecnico di Milano, but not just that, from University of Southern Denmark, for example, when we learn about construction autonomy and additive manufacturing techniques. We heard from University of Paris about human-computer interaction, and University of Houston, thanks to SIGSA, and we learn about how we can really talk about habitability in space and help astronauts to have a long and safe permanence in outer space. And we also had wonderful inspirational talks from astronauts, since we need astronauts' memoir to actually better understand how we can design this environment, especially for the interiors and the interfaces, since those are very important for their mental well-being also during space exploration. And now I want to show you some of the outputs of this collaboration. So, for example, a vision of a deployable habitat that some of the students designed for Inhabit. This is in line with the NASA Artemis program, so designing a base by 2030. This deployable habitat has a Class 2 habitat, is in situ resource integration for the radiation shielding, and is kind of lightweight, and it's possible to transport it there safely. Some of those explore how we can really design it within a lava tube on Mars. The lava tubes being underground create a natural protection against different hazards, and so it was been wonderful to work using a computational design tool to define the shape of this module, how we can integrate this module in this sort of pattern for populated interiors of a lava tube, and having the greenhouse production system for food as a structural element for this architectural concept. And up to the concept of reusability can be smart enough to reuse some of the payload ferrying system. It has a habitable area for populating, for example, a crater on Mars. And this team tried to answer this question, thinking of a habitat that could be both above and below ground, to try to connect different concepts together. And then if you want to have a look of other projects, you're welcome to visit this website. You will find here a virtual reality poster gallery session, and with some of the results of this concept, where we try to design across scale and across disciplines. So we find concepts that span from the urban planning of the entire village ecosystem up to details about the materials, and finally the interior design that, as I mentioned before, is so important in terms of interfaces for astronauts. And there are two galleries. This is what you're seeing right now is a Mars gallery with some concept for Mars. So with that timeline, of course, more further in the future, by 2050, while you have also the Moon gallery with the NASA Artemis program timeline by 2030. So I hope you kind of feel intrigued by this topic, and you are welcome to join us afterwards at the Space Architecture Workshop. And you will hear also from some of the experts that actually participated in the collaborative classroom. I'm going to thank, of course, space architect Guy Trotti. I'm going to thank also Professor Olga Banova, who is the director of SIGSA in Houston, that she will be today with us in our Space Architecture Workshop, and Georgi Petrov from SOM, to which I had the opportunity to collaborate with the Moon Village project. And thank you, Dr. Ekblau, for organizing all of this, and I'm here and happy to see you afterwards. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you. My name is Martin Nisser. I'm a fifth-year PhD student here at MIT. And I wanted to talk to you today about reconfigurable space structures, and in particular about a recent project I worked on called electrovoxels, which is about actuating these structures using electromagnets. And the reason we should care about reconfiguration is because manufacturing is hard. So whether you're building a space structure, a spacecraft, or an aircraft, you are reliant on the skill and availability of the labor doing the assembly. you are constrained by the environmental conditions and the maneuverability within inside the assembly site itself. And you're also subject to constraints by the transportation vehicles that ferry your parts to the actual place where they will be assembled. And all these problems are exacerbated in a space context, where anything you want to launch to space has to fit within the confines of a rocket fairing. And anything you build has to be able to be designed and built to survive the actual rigors of launch. Once it gets to space, it then has to be assembled by a team of astronauts in some of the harshest conditions we know of. And to date, these astronauts have been able to be supported by ground support staff who can teleoperate or guide astronauts through various aspects of the assembly or servicing procedures. But as we expand beyond low Earth orbit and communication times stretch into seconds and minutes, this kind of online manufacturing procedure no longer becomes tenable. And we're going to have to look increasingly towards automated ways of manufacturing. And so there's this idea called programmable matter that's been explored by roboticists and architects for over 3 decades now, which is this idea that you can take a 3D structure, discretize it into modules, and by embedding actuators into each of these modules, you can have a structure self-assembled into some target configuration. And this paradigm really addresses a lot of the challenges associated with launch mass and volume today. So a discretized structure can be partitioned across multiple launch vehicles. Once it reaches orbit, it can be self-assembled without manual intervention. And once a particular target configuration is reached, it can be self-reconfigured into a new target shape in order to adapt to new scenarios and use cases. And so to kind of thinking about this idea, we designed a module that could serve viably as a constituent of one of these self-assembly paradigms. So we constructed a cubic module of 60 millimeter side length with electromagnets embedded in each of the edges. And this is really the key feature of the design, where 2 adjacent cubes can energize a pair of electromagnets attractively in order to form a hinge for a pivot. And they can energize 2 other electromagnets repulsively in order to actuate a pivoting maneuver. And the reason these electromagnets are so useful is because they can be very easily designed and manufactured across scales. They are propellant-free, and they're solid state, so they have no moving parts, and they're very unlikely to break down and need repair like a traditional motor would. And so one of the goals for this project was to show that we can use these cubic modules and this electromagnetically actuated pivoting technique to reconfigure arbitrary structures. And it turns out that there are provably correct algorithms that show that if you're able to perform these basic primitive maneuvers like you see in this video, which we deployed on an Airtable here at MIT, you are in fact able to reconfigure between 2 arbitrary shapes. And having worked on the design and the control policies in the lab, we ultimately deployed these cubes on a parabolic flight. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, well, you'll have to trust me that it works. So we deployed it on a parabolic flight, and we showed that we can use this electromagnetically actuated pivoting technique to reconfigure arbitrary 3D shapes in microgravity, in 3D, in free fall, without the kinematic constraints of a supporting ground plane. And since it's very difficult for a user to intuit how to energize a particular electromagnet in order to achieve a particular behavior, we also built a user interface that lets researchers specify a particular behavior or a reconfiguration procedure with up to 1,000 cubes, and the software will compute the underlying electromagnet assignments required to achieve that configuration. And baked into the user interface are a bunch of other features, including collision detection and avoidance, to support researchers in trying to come up with new designs and reconfigurations of their own. And so I've talked a little bit today about 3D reconfiguration, but there's a bunch of really interesting research across multiple fields, including swarm robotics, computational origami, and miniaturized hardware, which has really opened the door to a bunch of different frontiers on which to explore this self-assembly idea. So in the middle, for example, we built these laminate composites comprised of structural layers and actuators that let you design a structure or a robot as a flat sheet and have it automatically fold into some target geometry. And on the right, we built a single machine that combines additive and subtractive manufacturing methods that lets the user design and fabricate simple devices and robots and structures at the push of a button without any manual intervention and without any need to rely on the user for domain knowledge. And so while we talked a little bit today about the benefits of self-assembly in space, the inherent hazards and monotony associated with manufacturing make it a really key tool to utilize for terrestrial applications as well. And so while the benefits of self-assembly in space, or the dangers and kind of the difficulty of deploying this kind of hardware in space makes it a difficult environment to operating in. Paradoxically, the favorable dynamics of a microgravity environment means that deploying self-assembly technologies in space actually make it an incredibly rich and useful environment in which to incubate these technologies before bringing them back down here to us on Earth to use amongst ourselves. Thank you.
All right, if we can just get another round of applause for all of the zero-G projects. Thank you so much. It's now my honor to introduce a great friend, recent alum of the Media Lab, recent alum and current research affiliate with the Space Exploration Initiative, Dr. Sunanda Sharma, who is now also a researcher at JPL and will lead you for your next panel from the Anthropocene to Anthropocosmos, Life in Space.
Please. Yeah, sit wherever. Wonderful. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Life in Space panel. And thank you so much for the warm introduction, Ariel. And so in this panel, we're going to dive into all things life in space. So that includes life detection, ideas of what other forms of life could exist in other planetary bodies, and also what life in space might look like for humans. So I'm joined by three fantastic speakers. So first we have Dr. Jaden Hastings. So she's an expeditionary scientist studying life in extreme and isolated conditions coming to us from Cornell. So thank you for being here. Then we have Dr. Ravi Kopparapu, who is a planetary scientist at NASA Goddard, focusing on extrasolar planet habitability, atmospheric modeling, and characterization. Thank you. And then we have Dr. Sydney Dill, who is a systems engineer at the Mars Program Advanced Studies Office at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratories, JPL, focusing on the development of future robotic and human Mars mission concepts. So we have quite a diversity on the panel, so we're going to go in a few different directions, but then feel free to ask us questions after this when we have a coffee break. So I'm going to let you all introduce yourselves a little bit in the context of our first question, which is life in space is very broad. So which part of life in space do you specifically work on? Do you want to start first?
Sure. Hi. I salute all my fellow expeditionary researchers and extremophiles in all forms. Some I see here present before me. Thank you very much. Astronauts that go up into space. Thank you, those of us, or those of you that go out into extreme environments to go and identify and find new forms of life so that we can go out into the rest of our universe and understand the myriad ways in which we can understand life. So my practice is mostly being the person at the vanguard that goes out into the field and tries to collect and identify signs of life so that we can better understand the nature of life and also support the human beings that go out into these extreme and confined environments.
So when you say the field, just to talk about what the field is, what do you mean by the field?
So because I'm a terrestrial person presently, For me, that's, yeah, presently, yeah, at present. For me, that means going out into lava tubes to try and find life in confined subterranean environments, out to Antarctica, to different environments that most humans wouldn't normally have access to, but I try my best to bring back samples for those that want to study them further.
And just to add a little bit more of the practicalities, what sorts of tools do you use in your research?
Oh gosh, honestly, I love trying to bring as much of a Swiss Army knife. And I bring more equipment than I do my own personal gear. So normally I'm carrying 3 bags for my 1 bag of personal gear, and that's to include all of my all-weather gear when I'm sailing. And I sail to Antarctica rather than take the plane or what have you, in an old early 20th century vessel that I absolutely adore. Have to climb the masts and unfurl the sails in the middle of the Drake.
That really sounds like expedition in the classical sense.
It really is, but it's a marvelous reminder of just how resilient humans can be. So, you know, I would say I'm a pretty average human being physically, but the fact that I can push myself along with my crew to get there and still conduct good science that the rest of us can partake and benefit from is part of, I think, what drives me.
Thank you. Sid, same question to you. What aspect of life in space do you work on, and what sorts of tools do you use in your research?
So I guess I work in multiple aspects of the question life in space. So I wear both robotic space exploration hats and human spaceflight hats. So on the robotics side, we have a campaign of missions that is currently being planned, the first of which is sitting on the surface of Mars right now, called the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover. One of its key roles is to drill and core rock samples and store them in sample tubes. I have a 3D printed model of these here. 30 of these will come back to Earth. So I'm on the operations team for the Mars 2020 rover. So every day we sit in mission control and get the message home from the rover that it sends after its workday, evaluate if it did everything we asked it to, if it's healthy, and then we plan the next day. So that's the first step. So the reason why it's up there digging for these rocks is it's searching for signs of ancient or present life on Mars. So that's the first leg of an interplanetary relay we call Mars Sample Return, which involves another few missions, 2 missions, which will land on the surface of Mars, go out and pick out those rock cores that have been stored in these tubes that have been collected by the 2020 rover, drop them on the surface. We'll go pick them up, put them on a rock, and launch them back to Earth. And so on that mission, I serve as a mission systems engineer. I design where the landing sites are on the surface of Mars, where these tubes will be dropped. So that's all intended to answer the question, has there or is there currently life on Mars? And then with my human spaceflight hat on, we're currently studying where to select the landing site for the first future human missions to Mars. So that's dependent on what are your resources locally available? Do you have enough water that you can extract and use for human crews, et cetera? And that's also driven by how many crew you have, what type of life support they need, and what the logistics chain out to Mars looks like, for example. So in terms of tools, the scientists use all types of instruments spanning the electromagnetic range, spectrometers, images, et cetera, to study the rocks to see if they have the mineralogy that indicates signs of life. And with my engineering hat, all of the typical engineering tools that you would use.
Got it. Thank you. That covers so many different things. So we'll definitely get back to more questions related to life detection in particular, and what human exploration of Mars might look like. And so, same question to you. What aspect of life in space do you work on, and what tools do you use?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for calling me here, and thank you, audience, for being here. I'm really excited to be in person here, as many of the speakers mentioned already. So I'm a planetary scientist at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, and I look for life on other planets. So if you ask my daughter, she's now 17, but when she was young, when people asked her, what does your dad do? She says, he finds aliens. And I feel like a Hollywood movie star. I was like, hey, So literally, my job is to find aliens in the sense of biosignatures and technosignatures on other planets. And so some of the tools that I use is I'm in the modeling and not in observing part of the finding life on other planets. So I try to model what kind of planets are habitable and where can life sustain on these habitable planets outside the solar system. I'm not sure if you have heard about this. Just last month, there was news that there are 5,000 planets outside our solar system that were confirmed and discovered. Imagine 5,000. 25 years ago, we didn't even know a single planet outside our solar system. Now we know more planets outside than within our solar system. So imagine the possibilities of life, of any kind of life, biosignatures or technosignatures that we could be discovering. And that's what motivates me, and that's really, in fact, even I think that within maybe our lifetime, there's a good possibility that we may discover life other than outside Earth.
That is incredibly exciting.
Yeah.
And I have some definition questions for you. So you mentioned a few different words in there. So first, what is habitability?
Okay, so for me, habitability and inhabitants are two different things. Habitability means there is a planet or there are conditions where they're suitable for life to exist. In particular, for my own work, for me, habitability means that liquid water on the surface of a planet. This is a very carefully crafted definition because for exoplanets, that's all we can do. We can do remote observations and try to see the atmospheres of these planets. We don't have the luxury of sending probes, just like we do for the solar system planets, right? And so that's why we focus mostly on the liquid water, and that's, for me, is a habitable planet. And
then the other questions that I had was, so you mentioned biosignatures versus technosignatures. What are those two things?
Excellent question. So biosignatures are the signatures of biology that are manifested that we could potentially discover them using our, whatever the tools and techniques we have. Biology produces some things. Earth itself had biosignatures for the last 3 or 4 billion years. So when someone asks that, oh, are we going to find life, Earth-like life on other planets? The next question is, which Earth? Are you talking the current Earth? Are you talking 2 billion years old Earth? Or are you talking 3 billion years old Earth? Because 3 billion years ago, we did not have oxygen on this planet, but still there was life. And so when you find those kind of biosignatures, only carbon dioxide and methane, that still is a habitable planet just because it doesn't have oxygen. So that's a biosignature. For me, technosignature also is just a manifestation of technology. Just like biosignatures, there could be a planet where technology would probably develop. And so technosignatures and biosignatures are the two sides of the same coin. And we plan to use the same tools and techniques and same instruments to discover these both signatures on planets outside the solar system.
Thank you for the answers. And I think it really touches on the idea of life as we don't know it. So what we think about life is right now that we're interacting with on Earth, we might find something completely different. So how do we know we don't miss it? This is always one thing that I think about in terms of biosignatures.
So those are, I think, some of the speakers or someone mentioned unknown unknowns, right? So we can discover things that we know how to look for. Imagine this situation: you're invited for a party. You don't know anyone over there. You go to that party. What is the first thing you do? You go to someone who you can potentially recognize. That's what I did in the morning, because when I came here, I didn't know anyone. I know Sunanda, so I went to Sunanda and I said, hey, how are you doing? So,
I'm
so
the form of life.
All right, so I discovered my own life there, right? So, but I missed all the other kind of life over there. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to discover Earth-like life and Earth-like civilizations. But there could be other life, but maybe we have already discovered it, but we haven't we have this unintentional bias to discover life on other planets.
That's beautifully put. So talking a little bit about this, so each of you sort of mentioned this, which is the diverse environments that we're looking in. And I think several of you work on this, which is the different environments can have very different stressors that we as humans would experience. So I think especially for you two, for Jaden and Sid, can you talk a little bit about some of the stressors that humans would experience, whether they're in low Earth orbit or whether they're on the surface of Mars or potentially another environment? What things are very important to human survival?
Sure. So as Scott has experienced, those of us that are working in space health, space medicine are interested in how human bodies can adapt to extreme environments. So just as Ravi was kind of alluding to, we're all mesophiles, right? We kind of sit in this very comfortable, warm soup of nutrition and protection. And once we move outside of that mesosphere, we have to become extremophiles. So how well can we adapt to becoming adapted to that extreme environment? How well can we become extremophiles? And I'll give a shout out to my boss who nominated me for this panel, Chris Mason, who wrote a book on how humans can physically become extremophiles and become an interplanetary species. So I guess the question is, as we try and study humans going through these intergenerational adaptations, learning how to move beyond this mesospheric notion of life and existence is going to be imperative. So how do we move beyond our current assumptions of what life should be and is and move into new expectations? And I would also say this is an opportunity to say, well, I thank God have colleagues that are working on robotic pioneering advancement and exploration. We do need human explorers to continue because we have a deeper experience tacitly and directly and connect back to other humans that have that same tacit, intuitive experience of life to be able to find new signs and explore in a much faster, more iterative fashion. So this is my plug to basically say we need human explorers as we need our robotic explorers as well.
Yeah, I like what you brought up of a human becoming an extremophile. Yeah. And so when you're talking about extreme environments, for both of you and also for Sid, maybe I'll throw this question at you first, is what stressors first come to mind? When you say this is an extreme environment, what do you mean by that?
So I spend a lot of time thinking about how do we design future systems that enable human exploration, right? So the environments that we're talking about exploring are extreme in that they're devoid of resources that we need to keep us alive, right? There's no pressure to keep our fluids in our body. There's no air for us to breathe. The temperatures are extreme, right? And so when I think about what are the stresses, I think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So first, you need to think about the air, water, waste, food. Deal with that first, sure. Right? And then the next level up is safety, clothes laundering, don't let the crew, smell from not showering, provide enough water for hygiene, those kinds of things, right? And then the higher level aspects are the crew psychology, the self-actualization, if you will, in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And so the question with my engineering hat on is, how can I facilitate all of those needs within the limited resource constraints that I have, be it either launch mass, volume, cost, schedule, et cetera. So for instance, one way that I think about this is if you're going to go into space, are you going on a backpacking trip for a few days, or are you going to move there permanently? There's a whole spectrum, right? If you're going to move there semi-permanently for a 6-month period like the space station, you need an entire logistics supply chain to support your needs up there, unless you have the capability to live off the land for as long as it takes. And we've done a series of trade studies to understand, okay, if we were to live 100% from locally available resources on Mars, what does it look like? Yeah. If we carry everything along, what does it look like? And everything in between. And so with my engineering hat on, it's always, what is the ultimate cost? What does it take to get all of this equipment up there to provide an environment that is comfortable for humans? And what level of comfort are they willing to withstand over the duration of time that they're there? Like, we can go on a backpacking trip for like a week, but you probably wouldn't want to do that for 6 months, right? So these are the complex trades that we think about. So the stresses is really a function of, like, what does it take to actually facilitate that environment?
Yeah, I like two of the things you said, the spectrum of bringing everything versus living off the land, because I think living off the land on Mars just sounds, that's a wild concept of so many different things there. But then also the idea of trades, of how comfortable are we with being uncomfortable and with taking on risk or taking on cost burdens. And so I like the way that you're breaking it down into real practical things, because I think for some people, when I first met people who do engineering on the surface of Mars, it sounds so surreal that I almost couldn't understand the logistics of it. But hearing you break it down is really interesting. So I wanted to ask a little bit about what both of you are talking about in terms of how humans could change themselves to maybe survive in extreme environments versus make habitats. So do you have experience working on either of these things, of either human augmentation to be more able to survive in extreme environments, or habitats to help people be protected in extreme environments? Any of you?
Well, I mean, I do have some experience, at least thinking through conceptually, even through to the design of vectors to do genome editing in humans. This is really Chris's argument that I'm kind of borrowing for a moment, that really in order to become interplanetary for this long-term sustainable view of actually settling this new frontier, we're going to have to change our notion of what a human body is and how it functions, because we're no longer going to be those mesophiles. We have to evolve into extremophiles that belong, just as we have throughout human history as we move into new territories. You see it in our physiology. We have quite divergent bodies for a reason. We adapted to the new terrain, the new environment, and became sort of subspecialists of that environment. And now we're a bit more migrant and moving off beyond our planet, but we will have to change our expectations of what a human body is, and perhaps there will be soon generations that simply are no longer terrestrial. We become extraterrestrial in a new form that has to become sustainable in that environment.
Wow, that's extremely thought-provoking, and also just what you were talking about in terms of intergenerational changes that happen. I'm trying to wrap those two things together in my head, and it's just a really wild future you're proposing, but I also think one that is a little bit of the topic of what we're all discussing today. That is the future we're moving towards. Yeah. So Sid, in terms of habitats, have you worked on that space before?
So I did a PhD in habitation, but
I did know that. That's what I wanted you to talk about.
Right. So your question is, how can we develop habitats to support?
Yeah, to protect in an extreme environment. So when you're thinking about building a habitat, what things come to mind?
So I mean, first of all, it's the input to your habitat design is crew days, basically. How many crew are you attempting to sustain for how long, right? And it's, again, a function of that comfort question. People can withstand being in a small volume and not having their own private crew quarters for some period of time. But beyond that period of time, they're going to need their own bedroom crew quarters, if you will. They're going to need an exercise room. They're going to need a recreation room for the crew to come together. So that's one of the key inputs. How much volume do you have to play with? Which is driven by the number of crew days. And then once you have that, you also need to ask the question, okay, once you have the number of days, you need to serve that lowest level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Air, water, food, waste. How do you manage all of that? And coupled with all of that, just keeping humans alive in space, you need to give them all the equipment they need to do the job that we sent them up there to, right? Yeah. So all the maintenance equipment, if they're going to go on spacewalks, they'll need an airlock, which is a big mass hit on your spacecraft. And then, as engineers, we always we multiply everything by 50% or 100% to have healthy margins to make sure that if anything goes wrong, we can absorb that uncertainty in our planning. So it's kind of the first order of how you would design that. And obviously, the environment that you go to affects it. So if you're in deep space, you pretty much have to carry everything along. But if you're in a planetary surface, then you have resources that you can use. And so the question of what proportion of the resources that I use locally versus what do I carry along is an interesting question, because it takes more to carry stuff along. But if you're going to use the local resources, you have to bring all the equipment there to actually leverage those resources. And the amount of time that it takes to turn those resources into something useful is also something you need to consider.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And it also makes me think of, in terms of the resources that are there, going back to biosignatures, there's a chance that where we go, there might already be something there. Or there might be an intact biosphere or an ancient biosphere that we could detect. And I wanted to dig a little bit more into what signatures look like. So what does a biosignature look like to you versus a technosignature? And can you describe what would be really, really exciting for you? So you go in, you're doing your analysis, you're doing your modeling, and you find a result and you're very excited. What does that look like? What would that result be?
Right. So because I'm trying to find a remotely detectable biosignatures and technosignatures, those are different than what the kind of biosignatures Jörn is trying to look for. For me, a biosignature would be some sort of a combination of gases that would potentially indicate life on it. I'll still not be able to sure or confirm that there is life on that planet. One can never be sure of that because unless you go there and look and staring at the life, that's not actually a complete evidence. But there would be, you would get this circumstantial evidence that, oh, look at these all kinds of gases, carbon dioxide, ozone, oxygen, methane. These kind of combination of gases need to exist on that planet because some of these gases don't like each other and they try to destroy each other. So if you see them over there, then that could be a potential way you could surmise that there might be life on it. For technosignatures, imagine this. We already have technosignatures within our solar system, even around Jupiter, even on Mars right now, because our technology is right there. So that's a technosignature, right? But whether you can detect that technosignature from interstellar distances is a different question. And so for me, those kind of, for a technosignature, there are several types of technosignatures out there. Just like how we extrapolate biosignatures based on life on Earth, we try to do the same thing for Earth-like technology to detect Earth-like technology on other planets. What else can we do? We cannot imagine a technology that's like 500 years ahead of us. If you go to Middle Ages and ask someone, do you know about internet or a mobile phone? They would know what? And so that's the kind of imagination. So our imagination is limited in terms of how we can extrapolate, but the only thing we can do is to look at our technology and see what if we want to detect this technology at interstellar distances.
I really like that you tied imagination into that because I was thinking about this since we heard in the first panel about the space imaginary, and also the fact that you're saying that imagination literally affects how you're doing your work because we're sort of limited by what we can imagine because that's what we then search for. So I think that's really fascinating, and it leads into my next question, which is there's a lot of talk about life in space and what life in space might look like, and the imagination of sci-fi has always been very obsessed with this idea. And I think as more conversations are happening, especially in pop culture or in the news, what are things that you think are missing from the conversation? What do you think people should be talking about more? I can give my answer, which is I think people focus on humans too much. I think there's a huge focus on humans and human exploration and what the environments will look like for humans, and I know we've been talking about that, but for me, I always think about humans means microbes. Microbes are coming with us. So what do their lives look like in these different environments? So what would be your answers?
I love how everyone looks at me.
Yeah, you start.
No, but this is something that I think about, right? Because that is something I'm particularly interested in, right? The
microbiologists unite.
Yeah, the co-explorers that come with us that we need. We can't leave them behind. One of the sort of early decisions of the Apollo program to decontaminate and isolate, that's great for near-term exploration. That's completely unsustainable when you're thinking about 6 months and longer on space station or even on exploration to other planets. But to your point about thinking of exploration, it was actually Kevin Hand that inspired these thoughts in me. What would a whale or something that exists deep in the sea imagine about life above the surface? Are they aware of the stars, and what do they think of the stars? How do the other creatures that we cohabit this planet with consider, do they consider life beyond Earth? I would say microbes do, because our early life was extraterrestrial in origin, at least that's the current supposition, and at least the organic molecules that led to it on our planet. So, microbes have been our co-explorers and early explorers for long before humans ever looked up at the sky and thought
we owe
about
them a lot of respect.
Yeah. So when I'm thinking about space exploration, and absolutely we think of it in terms of human, that's our nature, right? We're anthropocentric. So of course we're going to think of ourselves as the explorers, but I think thinking a bit more holistically about terrestrials making interplanetary exploration a possibility. And I'll remind everyone, it was not humans that first left Earth. The very first explorers that left our Earth in our vehicles were animals. We sent animals first before we were brave enough to get onto those rockets. So I think we need to remind ourselves that humans are not the pioneers, really. We're the followers, and we need to de-anthropocize our notion of space exploration a bit to really think effectively towards long-term interplanetary exploration. Yeah. And looking for signs of life. What would, a whale or submarine creature on Europa know of us, and how would we communicate or identify them?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very good reminder.
I guess it's interesting that you made the comment about de-anthropomorphization, because everything we do with everything we send to Mars is give it a name and give it a Twitter account and anthropomorphize it. So I think there is
talks to us.
Yeah, there is something to be said about anthropomorphizing the machines we send to Mars. But so I thought I'd make that comment. So to answer your question, I think space means different things to different people. To some people, it's a destination that they can go up in, on a vacation, or with the opening access to low Earth orbit. Or to some other people, it's an economic opportunity, right? It's a new ground to deploy new technologies and open new markets. And to other people, it's an exploration environment, right? It's a domain by which you answer questions about who we are as a species, where we came from, how the universe around us formed. And so it's that latter point, I think, that has recently been getting kind of cluttered by all the noise of everything else going around. So to me, space exploration is the practice of humanity trying to understand itself in the universe. And I think that unifying idea has been kind of lost somewhat, or not as amplified as much as I would personally like it to be seen.
Wow. I mean, after hearing you say it, I totally agree. I was very moved by that. Your answer as well. So what do you think is missing in the current discourse?
So I would like to split this quickly into two things. One, in the public discussion, and also in the more academic discussion about what's missing. So for my colleagues and the kind of work that we are doing, there are two things that we keep worrying about: false positives and false negatives. Okay, so how do you know you've discovered something and you can confirm it, but turns out to be something natural, or you're instrumental? False negative: how do you know that you have discovered it, but it's a real signal, but you discard it because you have something else going on? But that kind of discussion is what we need to bring it up to general audience and who are non-academics, because finding life on other planets and search for life is exciting. Yeah. And everybody, oh yeah, let's search for life. But then to have the trust, and to have the trust that the scientists are really sure about that they have discovered life, means that we also have to communicate that there is a possibility that this signal could be coming from something else. Making sure that they understand the difference between what we have discovered and what it could also be is a really important thing to make sure that there is a trust built up between the scientists and the public in general.
I think that's a great point, the trust between scientists and the public. And I think we see that in medicine a lot of the time, right? Especially in terms of the pandemic and all of that. But I think this is really interesting, bringing up that something that we think of as scientists all the time. You always think about false negatives and false positives, and how do you, what is a null hypothesis, and how you think about doing research. But that doesn't always come forward in the public discourse because it's a little less cool to talk about. But it is very, very true, and I think it makes it even more exciting when you get a result that you think is true. So that's a really good point. And so I think we have a few minutes left on the panel. So I was going to bring it back to Earth in terms of, so you spent a lot of time talking and thinking and working about life in space, and thinking about extreme environments and things like that. So are there lessons that you feel we can apply to the culture right now in terms of how we think about and treat Earth, in terms of climate change, in terms of any of those topics? What are some lessons that we should bring back home from your work in space to Earth? I know it's a big question.
Let's
end with a bang.
Maybe I'll start with a stab. So. Sure. I think dealing with habitation and life support, etc. Obviously, we have an amazing life support system, Biosphere 1, our atmosphere. I think the realization that we're all on spaceship Earth, orbiting the sun, and we've only got one life support system that we know can sustain the 7.5 odd billion of us. I think, it was mentioned in a previous panel that the entire environmental movement probably stemmed from the Earthrise photo. Yeah. I think just connecting the human psyche to the idea that we are connected to each other and to space, and that we're, all in this together for our own survival of our species. I think that just general kind of overview effect vision that, I imagine most of the people in this room have been infected with, and that's why we're here, kind of spreading that notion further. I think that's probably one of the most valuable things, that thinking and working about space can be brought down to Earth.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I also think it ties in nicely to some of the work that we presented later in terms of art and art expressions, and some of the lightning talks that were also given.
I think space does not discriminate between anyone, any human, one human from another one, right? So space is one thing where it's, we as a humanity can come together, and if you want to live, space is okay. You all have to come together, and if you want to live there, that's how you have to put your differences aside. You have to put your skirmishes aside. It doesn't differentiate between nations. It doesn't differentiate between one person from another person. So I think that's where, when people think about space on any nation or any country, it unites them, because we think as a humanity, one human species, when we are thinking about space, rather than thinking about which nation is spacefaring or has more technology. When you look up into space, it's all one humanity. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's beautiful. And also, it speaks to the fact that collaboration, especially in the space industry and in space research, that's always been a huge part of it. International collaboration. Like, I know Sid definitely has international collaborators. I do as well. And that's always been a part of how we work.
So I'll try and leave on another positive note, and that is, through all of this, I think what we've discovered is that we're actually quite resilient. So right before the pandemic, and I'll shout out to Ada, who's in the audience, and some of my space sisters who are out there who've been on space simulation missions with me, where we go into extreme environments to simulate the isolation and confinement of being on a space mission. We used to get a lot of, 2 weeks in isolation, and what's that like? Now, we came back after the pandemic, and everyone's like, oh yeah, no problem, I'm built for space now, which I actually think is marvelous. Yeah. As horrible as it has been to collectively experience it, it's also reminded us that we are quite resilient as a species, where we don't need to be resolved and resigned to the mesosphere. We can be extremophile. And I think that's the other thing about finding life in the extreme that I find so inspiring, because it reminds me, I'm here encountering you in this environment that I'm not accustomed to, but can adapt to encounter you. So I think maybe that's what inspires me about these extremes and finding life in the extremes, and reassuring ourselves that, wow, life can exist there in another form, in another iteration of existence. And that, I think, is the exciting thing about this.
Yeah, that's a very comforting reminder, and it ties nicely into the fact that we're more resilient together than apart. Whether that means different people or whether it means different species, we are more resilient together. So on that note, I think that's the end of the panel. So please thank all of my panelists with me. Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for listening and being part of the panel as the audience. And I think we have a 10-minute coffee break now. So you can all head out to there. It's out of the doors, I believe. That was wonderful. Go ahead.
are now halfway through Beyond the Cradle today. And at this moment, I'm going to just ask everybody to start filtering back in from the coffee break. It is my pleasure to introduce Xing Liu, a dear friend, our very first arts curator in the Space Exploration Initiative, and my partner in crime at the very, very beginning of SEI while we were still graduate students together. She is now an incredible artist in her own right, has a famous series of productions and different works of art and a studio that she runs. So we're feeling quite lucky to have Xing's time today here to continue the tradition of Xing leading our space and the arts panel every year at Beyond the Cradle. So without further ado, Xing, please come and bring your panelists.
Hello, hello. We're just waiting for people to come in. Please just sit wherever. Okay. This is also my first post, hopefully, COVID in-person meeting on the stage. So I'll be a little bit nervous, and hopefully we can go through it together. So hello, everyone. My name is Xing Liu. I'm the arts curator in the SEI. Also one of the founding members, as Ariel just mentioned. I'm also an alumni of the Media Lab. My professor was Patty Mace. I was graduate from the Fluid Interfaces group. So today I will kind of give a little bit context of this panel before we get started. So while back in the lab when I was a graduate student, my research topic was called Inwards to Outwards, Altering the Perception of Self, in which I studied and tested theories on how one's sense of self is not a solid block, but a morphing, time-shifting model that constantly changes. And it can be manipulated through technological means. And that's what I studied back then when I was a student. And fast forward 5 years later, here, I realized my interest hasn't really changed much. So what is the Earth and what is our home planet? And if you close your eye and think about that question, often the image of blue marble comes up. And me too. However, that particular view isn't really an everyday human perspective. And in fact, even for the astronauts in orbit, they don't get to see that either because they're, at the low Earth orbit, they're still too close to the Earth to have that holistic view. So can we say that the moment when we capture and see that image, this idea that Earth as a whole could be the beginning of Anthropocene? Or how do we, as a species, together, could resense our own existence in this universe and live this moment with this constant updating notion of planetary, interplanetary, as we move beyond the earthbound? When people talk about that life-changing moment when they, go into space, what is the cognitive threshold happen at the moment of the karma line? So with that note and the questions, I'm very excited to be joined by 3 amazing artists today who, through their imaginations, hopefully will shine some light on our shared sense of Earth beings. And first of all, it's Adi Valenciano. She is going to for the arts panel, because we are visual artists, so we have a little bit bonus for everyone. Everyone here at the panel will give a 3-minute presentation of their practice, and then we'll go into the dialogue. So without further ado, Adi, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Xing, for having me. And it's great to join you all and talk a bit about my work. My name is Adi Valenciano. I'm an artist, designer, and creative technologist, and love to explore generally ways that we can create new realities and mental spaces through art and design. And in much of my daytime, I'm juggling these different areas of Afrotectopia, which is an institution that I developed while a graduate student. That's all about thinking about art design, technology, science, Black culture, and activism. I also teach at New York University's Interactive Telecommunications program, and I'm a technologist at Google's Creative Lab. And through Afrotectopia, we're in a really exciting moment as we are in the midst of our incubator, a New Forms incubator, which is a collaboration between New York University's Interactive Telecommunications Program, MIT's Space Exploration Initiative, and supported by the Ford Foundation. And through this, we've spent 2 years with a group of artists, us collaborating, 4 of us together, and thinking of a new protocol for spaces that we're exploring, and this idea of not using space travel so much as a journey from destination A or point A to destination, but instead thinking about it as a way of reorienting who we are and designing an entirely new culture through our cultural lenses. So we've titled it this idea of black metal, which is a sort of speculative chemistry. And through this idea, we have each of us 4 artists have gone in our own directions and think about what does it mean in space life through our lens and practice. And so through that, we're thinking about things like shedding. Jordan here is thinking about shedding, and I'm thinking about speculative botany, and others are thinking about spacesuits and the sort of new cinematic kind of language. And then I also teach, as I mentioned, teach at New York University, and pedagogy is very much part of my practice, and thinking of ways that I can bring in my own interests into classroom environments and work with graduate students and kind of co-interrogating these ideas. So a few of my courses, it's been really fun to kind of just bring in the things I create in the outside world into a classroom, including Afrotectopia. And so created a course called Afrotectopian Ecologies, where we simultaneously explore things like communal imaginings. What does it mean to come together as a group of people and think of new ways of being? Fluid radicalism, understanding radical practices through very immersive, but also very interdisciplinary and comprehensive forms, and building community. Other courses that I've taught include electrotexture. So this is just me and my fascination for architecture and designing environments, but through a 3D rendered space. Designing club culture, so that again brings in architecture, but the ways that marginalized communities have used architecture and technology and sound to champion their identities. And the revolution will be digitized, which thinks about tech policy. And then at the Google Creative Lab, my work really ranges. As a technologist and a general creative, you go in and you bring in your own interests also in this space and think of ways that you can invite the larger community to kind of explore data and technologies together. So one of my first projects was developing finger user interface. So this was us using a really new form of machine learning in tiny hardware devices, and so creating a finger interactive tool that allows you to use finger gestures to then create audio-visual responses, or contributing creative directions to our $1 billion investments, the African digital transformation and investment in the tech ecosystem. So thinking of ways that we can highlight how technologies that we're exploring can be relevant to the continent of Africa. And then in personal work, it's really just exploring how ways of exploring sound and creating new sound and designing new forms of composition. So a lot of my work is embedded in modular synthesis or drum machines, or ways of kind of creating new sounds through even instruments that I create myself through different sensors, whether it's phototransistor sensors and using light and movement to control amplitude and frequencies, or using augmented reality to then trigger images that then produce sounds, or creating sound environments and putting it inside of XR spaces like web VR, and allowing it to be something that anyone can enter as a form of healing. So, pass it on. Okay.
Next, we have Rachel. Rachel Rose is an artist and filmmaker, and today we're going to be very lucky to have a little bit clip of her work shown at the Beyond Cradle.
Yeah, so I'm not going to talk about my work at large. I'm just going to speak very briefly about this particular work that you're going to see a 2-minute clip from, which is a work that was part of my show at the Whitney Museum of American Art in 2015. And it was based around an interview I did with an astronaut, astronaut David Wolf, about his experience of his body during a spacewalk on the International Space Station, facing the Earth on the night side of the night side, so the Earth as a void, and his experience of his body in this kind of ultimate void state in outer space. Then his experience coming back to Earth and new sense perceptions that he experienced in this contrast. If our bodies have evolved over billions of years on Earth to absorb and not absorb certain light frequencies and sound frequencies, what does it mean to extract our bodies from Earth? How can we absorb and feel differently? that's sort of what the work is about. And I filmed it at the University of Maryland's Neutral Buoyancy Lab. I filmed it using basic materials in my kitchen of food dye, water, oil, pigment, looking at special effects directors like Douglas Trumbull in the 70s during this kind of explosion of space film, 2001 Space Odyssey, and in art, filmmakers like Jordan Belson, and the kind of very everyday, in a way, mundane techniques that they were doing to image, using to image sublime states within outer space. So maybe thinking about how we can access outer space through our everyday lives is the film. Okay, can we play that?
We can dim the light a little bit.
If I could only kiss you once more. One more time.
When I first came back to Earth after 128 days in space, I thought I had ruined my life. Just walking, I took a few steps off the spacecraft and then decided to go ahead and use the lay down on the stretcher and be carried away because gravity felt so heavy. My wristwatch felt like a bowling ball on my arm. The weight of your body is overwhelming. Even my ears felt heavy on my head. But some senses are increased. For example, when you're in space, the air cleaning systems are so effective, there's very few odors. The filters are so good. And when the spacecraft door, the hatch is opened, you're overwhelmed with the smell of grass and the air, and it must be like a dog feels when you can smell bushes when you walk by them. Your sensitivities are so increased because they've been absent for so many months.
That was not enough for me. I was like, please continue. Just mesmerizing, and I cannot wait to talk more about it. And last, I'd like to introduce Sarah Zozalina Brady, another fantastic artist joining us from California today.
Yes. Let me go back. So hi, my name is Sarah Rosalina Brady. I am Assistant Professor of Computational Craft at UC Santa Barbara. And a lot of the work I do is I combine histories of craft and computation as a mode of theoretical production and understanding how we can use and produce work that also understands space and materials in space to produce new cultural meanings and new epistemologies between Earth and space. So this is a slide of my show at Blum & Poe in 2020 called Above Below, where I worked with a digital Jacquard loom using AI to re-envision new landscapes that were taken by the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, which has been documenting the surface of space since 2006, and kind of viewing it through the lens of the history of surveillance, satellites, and New World geographies, as well as 3D printed ceramics, which I did research at JPL with the Additive Manufacturing Center, where I was making blends of rigorous simulant and kind of seeing ways that you could generate forms through the lens of ceramics. But mainly when I'm making these pieces and blowing them up, and kind of like, again, I'm really using AI in this case, using a generative adversarial network to produce new landscapes and kind of thinking it, create or visualize new realities, new landscapes outside of New World cartography. And what happens when you materialize it and you can actually see it in pixel form. More importantly, what's underneath. Because so much of when you see the works in space, floating in space, you realize that direction dissolves, whether above or below. And this kind of dialogue between geomorphologies of Earth
and Mars, and how that now is being translated and mediated through climate change and these long legacies of, settler colonialism, and what that's going to mean now that it's being mediated through machines, so much now in, through non-life, through the non-human. And really like pushing, a lot of these technologies to its limits versus, especially how like the 3D printer, for example, becomes this mediator forms because it also has its parameters. And, playing and seeing how, vessels could collapse or stacking them in different arrays. Very much kind of like looking at it, they're not necessarily vessels, but they have holes, so how they could be like a gateway to kind of think of, past and future realities. And that's, a lot of my work. I really try to examine these kind of like binaries between how we visualize and see the world, because much of what I do, I'm a 5th generation weaver. And, growing up, being a weaver is very much like a fundamental part of what I do. Also when I work with computation, because when you work at the scale of a pixel, it's the smallest physical point that you can manipulate an image or an object. And so this, for example, is a work that was in Frieze, LA recently this year, where I made a replica of my grandmother's bead loom and rebeaded a visualization of the cosmic microwave background, which is a remnant of the Big Bang. But like how to rethink how do we visualize and understand ourselves from this like physical point, and also like recreating a loom that was inherited from my grandmother. And also doing it in more indigenous traditional methods. This is through gourds, which is a traditional material used for medicine bowls and rattles. But again, how we map, visualize, and see things in the unseen is again so important because pixels, weaving technology, they're inherently related. This, for example, is a piece of work called RGB, where I'm actually encoding red, blue, green value data into a Dobby loom, which actually works with actual like woven structures. And so again, like thinking like how much we can rethink visualization, how do we understand through imaging, resolution, simulation, and putting them in material forms. It also creates a space to have larger discussions and also talk about reparative justice in different ways, because it becomes tangible, something that you can share, you can feel, you can touch. And that's very much part of like indigenous culture, is things that are physical, embedded, and especially in woven form. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can go back to the original slides, because I want you guys to all take a picture and then can Google their work later. So one thing I found quite fascinating among all your work is that you are trying to translate something that is often a scientific knowledge, but like in science themselves, we use visualization, sonification to communicate a very abstract idea. I remember, when the news came out, to hear a black hole, what does that even mean, right? Like, how can we hear that? It is actually very simple just to phase shifting and then bring that signal to the audible range. But that is kind of the storytelling, the media and the scientific community and the public trying to understand what is happening beyond our own human sensory capacity. I think in all your work, you're kind of trying to do that with your practice, to understand those abstract informations or worlds, I'll say, that our daily touch, eye, mouth cannot understand or haven't able to be put into the position to do it yet. So maybe go into your studio practice. When you encounter such an abstract idea, the idea of floating space on the backside, or trying to understand, noise and data that even sometimes scientists doesn't understand. How do you inject yourself into that abstract space and grasp it and make decisions and produce work? I know it's a crazy, complicated question, but I'm always curious about the studio practice.
I can start with, at least when in building out Celestial Florilegia, which is my book inside of the Black Metal book that Aftertopia is doing. in that book, I'm creating a sort of speculative science. And in that speculative science with the speculative botany, I'm also exploring a geomancy that is a byproduct of the speculative botany. And so through that, I think even just the opportunity to reimagine spirituality and create your own form of spirituality and the rules for that spirituality, a sort of logic, like creating a logic. I think that comparison to the logic that we understand, that practice of kind of creating a space that doesn't exist yet and rules for how to navigate that space that doesn't exist yet, is such an intricate practice because for when you're reflecting on the things that you already know, these are everyday understandings of how do you move through the world. And so to create an entirely new way of moving through the world, I think is a really important practice to kind of reimagine the ways that we exist in the world and create new rules of being. And I think even through my speculative botany of thinking of, I study a lot of culture and ways that we kind of navigate the world around us in society. And in reading this book by Mariamba Ani Yurugu, which is sort of, it's a sort of anthropological practice through an African lens on looking at European societies. And through that, it interrogates this idea of intellectualism. Like, what does it actually mean what does intelligence mean, and how do we rate intelligence? And in the way that we rate it in the Western world is we kind of sever intelligence from emotion and spirit. And so to create a speculative science that's thinking about emotion and experience embedded in it, like what does it mean for us to ingest plants, and what are we actually benefiting from plants? And when we think about it beyond kind of the chemical components of plants, but also the energy around plants and creating a speculation around that through a form of this imagination of plants in celestial spaces, I think has been just a really exciting kind of a moment to, I think what we've talked about a lot throughout today is the importance of imagination and kind of creating these new realities.
Thank you.
So I love working between resolution, scale, and the gaps that kind of leave in its wake. Like for example, the textile series, Above, Below. Just even thinking like what a pixel is in that range from a satellite. It's around the size of a basketball. Like you're not really capturing it in full definition. But between that space, there can be a lot of room for interpretation and imagination and revisualizing it. And that's where I really like to work and think in that way because I love things that have that low def, tactile thing. So especially when I'm materializing it, there's a lot of things that you can reintroduce that have already been unseen and that are a black box because it is from a non-human perspective. But in many ways, that non-human perspective is particularly biased because it's been trained on particular algorithms that have been used for, surveillance, war, et cetera. And so, I just, again, find that it goes back to storytelling and how, textile visualization is very much language. So how could you reproduce, this work and introduce it with new language and put it in a different contextual, environment where you can really have a more open dialogue about very complex things. And that's why I love working in computational craft because it really speaks to this moment that we're in, where everything right now is being mediated by machines, and we're so disconnected from the products that we use. Like what happens when you reintroduce learning how to make a bowl or make your own clothes or anything like that. How does that then affect the way you view things, how you view artifact, and that's my happy space.
I think I'll speak about everything in more the snippet that you guys saw. All of my work tends to begin from something very mundane, every day, an experience that happens that could basically happen to any of us. And everything and more began because it was that year, I believe it's like 2014, when both Interstellar and Gravity came out. And I remember I had left the theater after seeing Gravity in New York City, where I live. I was with my husband. And I was walking down the street, and I felt a complete, dislocation from New York City. Like, oh, that's a car. Weird. Like, that's a street sign. That's a lamp. Like, where the fuck am I? And I had just gone to the movies. It's like totally mundane thing to do. Like, it was 9 p.m. Friday night movie or something. And that simple thing of being in a room with light and sound entering my body, and this image of space had in some ways emotionally transported me away from Earth into this other space, into outer space, into a virtual space. And so I started thinking about that, like, how is it that I could just absorb light and sound and from there have traveled somewhere? And how is there a parallel between my own experience and going to the movies and feeling deconditioned from my human earthly experience to literally an astronaut going to Earth and coming back? And how can we access these quite sublime states? The state of a spacewalk is a completely sublime thing. How can we access that through the everyday? In this case, it was triggered by going to the movies, but as I was mentioning before in my introduction to Everything and More, even how movies have imaged outer space has often been through very everyday, in the history of film, everyday materials: milk, water, oil, baby powder. I mean, that's literally what those images were. So yeah, thinking about accessing the sublime through the everyday.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting connecting that transcendental experience through aesthetics, through culture, through storytelling. But on that note, I actually want to ask Adi, because you joined us last year for the parabolic flight with ICI, and right before she's going to the flight, a day or 2 days before she texts me, she's like, I'm not going to do it. It's way too scary. I'm like, are you crazy? It's so cool. So I'm glad you finally made it, but I never asked you how you actually felt. I know it's not going to orbit, but is there anything special around gravity that you've experienced through the flight?
I mean, it definitely wasn't as scary as I thought it was going to be, which is nice. And I think for me, what I was most excited about, which I was just telling the story earlier, is during the flight, when we were floating, in the moment of floating, or simulation of floating, someone threw a water bottle at me. And speaking of mundane, something that's so simple and everyday, of touching a water bottle or throwing a water bottle up in the air, to experience that in space or in zero gravity or microgravity simulation, to experience that and how long that journey takes, I think for me was just a really exciting moment of thinking of what is this new life. And instantly in that moment, I'm thinking, as someone that's grown up playing sports and basketball, of what is basketball like in space, or how might we kick a soccer ball, which then leads me to thinking about what is culture, ways of moving and choreography and dancing and expression. So I think just like that mundane moment, but through an entirely different situation, was what sparked a lot for me.
Yeah, something similar happened to me when I did my first parabolic flight. We came back from the flight in the morning, trying to grab lunch, and we just sit around the table and using, imagine that's the fork. We're just dropping it on the table repeatedly, a group of us, and thinking about, wow, it's very heavy, that fork, very heavy. And honestly, that experience changed my entire practice and thinking about gravity. And this idea, actually, gravity never disappeared. It did not disappear in those airplanes. It's just everything falling together, and we live in reference to each other. And that become really lots of the way I start thinking about structures and our relationship with the society, and this idea of free fall somehow represent itself in an emotional way. In the past 2 years, I feel like the world is falling, and it was very terrifying in the beginning, but then we enter a new kind of floating moment that we're kind of having a new culture when everything is falling together. So speaking of this kind of new experiences, I'm really curious about Sarah's work in terms of when you are collaborating with other scientists in JPL and also in your own families, as we discussed before. How do you kind of engage through someone else's experience and then translate that in your own work?
I think a lot of it is having conversations about time.
and working through time and being time travelers. And I love that, when we were talking about the Anthropocosmos in the last talk, like that's where, I find I'm very influenced by that, and particularly more of the power dynamics that are involved. The fact, that, the past 2-3 years has been controlled by a virus and microorganisms, and I find it absolutely fascinating. So I really come from that, from like understanding it in terms of structures and how that also informs how things are made, how things are evolved. Like geomorphology to me is art. How something can completely shape-shift over time, and just talking about billion-year rocks. Like I find that in thinking about that as an art object, and that's always really been kind of my approach. And a lot growing up. I grew up in, La Cañada. I'm biracial on my mother's side. Huichol Pueblo. They were pretty much the help in La Cañada, gardeners and housekeepers. And my grandfather came to work at Caltech in the 40s and 50s and worked in the Deep State Network, and actually was on mission control for Voyager. And so, like, to have these two different families, together. Like I used to backstrap with my grandma, and we would watch TV. Or I would, see all the images from, coming from Voyager and kind of understanding it from a pixel formation, how that basically is a number. Like those things really made an impression on me. But I think it's, again, like thinking how we visualize, how we see things, how we storytell. That is what also makes it more tangible, more easier to grasp, and especially when we're talking about the collective imagination. And we really need to start to broaden that outside of a lot of popular fiction, because it does, like, we think about what we see in TV and space, but it doesn't really, deal with what actually is happening. Like we're dealing with climate change. Who's really involved in these kind of deeper conversations? And is it really tangible to like live on Mars? Like, are we going to really be mole people because we have to live deep in the Earth because of all the radiation? That's what I get to spend days hanging out at JPL, having conversations with people and showing them the objects I make, and they're just like, "Wow, you make ceramics out of Wrigley simulant? Like, let's hang out." So.
Yeah, I sometimes feel like the world is changing so fast, and artists are just people who are a little bit more sensitive to those changes. Like Rachel, you said, you come out of the theater and the world is swirling around you. I'm not sure whether that's experience everyone in that room would have, but you open yourself up to that experience, and that what it also changed you. So carry on that. I know we didn't talk about it today here, but I know in your practice, you actually work in very kind of fascinating scale in your practice in terms of time as a concept, as like the way you discuss about cryogenics, like when people are talking about living beyond the mortality that we are currently able to. So I'm actually curious about when you're working with stories from an everyday mundane perspective, but getting into the sublime. Again, maybe it's going back to the beginning question again, because I'm so curious. How do you open yourself up for it? Because sometimes in technology institutions like this, in MIT, people are just like, how do artists get those ideas? I'm like kind of trying to poke that in all these three of you constantly here.
Well, I don't always have an idea. I actually haven't had an idea in like 2 years. So sometimes you're just sitting around waiting for an idea. But so I can't quite say, but usually it comes from something like this, like leaving a movie theater. I made one work after Hurricane Sandy in New York. It's like 3 or 4 months after Hurricane Sandy, for example, and I was in a coffee shop, and a gust of wind, it was a glass window wall, and a gust of wind flew in front of the window. And everyone in the coffee shop just kind of like froze, because in New York City, Hurricane Sandy was traumatic. I mean, we had to leave for a week, and I mean, the city shut down. It was a scary moment. So the city was traumatized by it. And there was kind of like this PTSD reaction in the coffee shop a few months later. And then I started thinking about like, well, where was our vulnerability in that moment in this coffee shop? It was the glass. We were protected by this glass, but we felt in Hurricane Sandy that glass wasn't protecting us at all. So what's the history of glass in architecture? And it turns out it's relatively recent. It's really an invention of the 50s and 60s and the international style and architecture. And that led me to the glass house in New Canaan, Connecticut, this kind of icon of steel and glass in building from the 50s. And that led me to make a work about the glass house, but also really about the effects of modernist architecture on our psyche, on our own sense of our bodies, the ways in which glass enables us to see the outside, feel like we're outside, but also compresses our bodies inside, creates all kind of illnesses, sense of our own mortality is maybe amplified by the fact that we spend all of our time inside, that we're not in touch with maybe the natural rhythms of an agrarian life in relationship to the sun and the moon, that we're compacted into a kind of artificial industrialized time, all of this having to do with living and existing within glass and steel, and all of that being something that's in a recent effect of modernity. So that's an example of a work that just starts with, again, a little instance that's totally banal that happened in my life. I was literally just in a coffee shop. There was a gust of wind. But from there, I was able to think about my own body, the way in which it's affected by this architectural structure, the way in which modernity and industrialization has shaped our health and our emotional states, maybe in a similar way that when I was making Everything and More, the experience of walking out of the theater was a mundane experience, and yet it was a way for me to think about our bodies as attached to evolution on Earth, and in a again, quite basic sense, the limits of our bodies and the potential for expansion of our senses through outer space and also through Earth. So, yeah.
That is a story I was fishing for.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like there is something quite fascinating when people talk about space art, right? Because if you Google it, there's a Wikipedia about space art, their history about it, and lots of time people refer to those drawings around our imagination of future space colony, the galaxy, etc. However, here, I think what you guys are really showing is that space art or space and culture isn't really just depicting a potential exploration gonna get our people to other planets, etc. It's really kind of re-questioning our own existing terrestrial conditions and how that has been challenged through histories. And as we are slowly realizing that the Earth is not the center of the universe, to the point that we're realizing there are more planets beyond the solar system than we could ever imagine for. And that shift will very much likely change every single little aspect of our life, like how to fill a water bottle, right? How we're gonna walk around the cities. So for me, that is what is really exciting when we talk about culture and culture in space, and what is possible to generate new kinds of stories. I'm very interested in the way you guys have been using visual narratives to present kind of space futures. That I would say is slightly different from what we've been seeing from commercial companies and just public presentations. They are not white, shiny objects. They are actually colorful, they are visceral, they're textual. I'm really curious, when you're working on your projects and looking at your own research and thinking about visual references, what kind of work have you encountered that you would like to share with the audience, just to give a little bit more taste on this potential visual experience of space exploration that is not what we understand as white globes currently?
Do you want me to go? I mean, I could just talk about interstellar and gravity some more if you want, but or we could all talk about it. I mean, the history of imaging space in film is it's so cool. I mean, if we look at 2001: Space Odyssey and what Kubrick was doing with sound, and you know, I mean, at the time, people described it as the trip. People literally felt like they went to outer space when they saw this film. or what was developed in Gravity with placing Sandra Bullock in an all-white fluorescent light box, essentially, and physically floating her on a robot arm, and then developing these robotic arms for the cameras themselves to create this sense of liminality in literally how the thing was made, or in an Interstellar, this use of the motif of the bookshelf in Christopher Nolan's writing, Christopher and Jonathan Nolan's writing, that the bookshelf moves a little bit, and that's how essentially like multi-dimensions are accessed. I don't know, there's so many other examples that we could get into, like Contact, or, I mean, the list goes on, but for me, I feel that one of the innovations in space film is exactly what you were mentioning, that it is maybe an operatic way to approach our actual everyday experience. I mean, there's this line in Interstellar, I remember, when Anne Hathaway is trying to decide, they have like, for anyone who's seen it, they have like one option, and they can only go to one planet, and they have to pick which planet they're gonna go to. And they're sitting in the ship, and they're all debating it, and Anne Hathaway's like ex-boyfriend is on some planet. And so she says like, let's go to that planet. And they say like, but it's just because you want to see your ex-boyfriend. Like, we're all gonna die. What a waste. Like, how do we know if that's the right decision to make? And she says like, how do you know that love is not a force of physics? How do you know that love is not a way to transcend space and time? How do we not know that? We love people that have died. We think of people that have died through an emotional state of love. It's something that attaches us across space and time. And so maybe the fact that I love my ex-boyfriend is actually something in the future that's actually talking to us in the present. So I think that space stories, space cinema, have the capacity to allow us to re-examine something as universal as love within the context of something as other or external to that as space.
That was very beautiful. I wonder now when, you know, we know another new mission, it's actually quite interesting like how the decision made, right? There's a whole history around that we went to the moon, and then Mars, and now the moon again. Of course, it's a political and historical reasoning, but I would love to hear some kind of gossip about one of the decision makers had some ex-girlfriend, boyfriend inventors in one of those planets in the future. That would make a good movie. How about you guys?
I think what's exciting for me about space imagery is that it's still relatively foreign for most people. And so I think with that, it brings an opportunity for a lot of imagining of what's possible. And in building Black Meadow with the Africtopia team, I've spent the past year just so excited about the images that one of the artists, Jeremy's creating. And all of us are Black and thinking about what is Blackness in space and what is space life through this cultural lens. And so to see these 3D renderings of Black people in their stature and in their essence and the ways that they pose and interact with one another, I think for me is so exciting just to see this form of life that we just don't get to see in these kind of frames of like what is a whole cultural identity through this space life, and in ways that it is colorful and not void and not like the sterile identity of what we think of the future, but really bringing in this idea of culture and that essence.
For me, I'm really interested in the technological artifacts that a lot of the stuff that we project onto space is actually based on Earth. Like for example, like the textile series, like so much of that being, you know, inherently originating from understanding in our own atmosphere and, you know, from studying, you know, Earth and its overview effect, and then how we use that onto another, you know, planet. And there's the dialogue in between of like, you know, the color, the resolution, and how, you know, you can, you know, rethink about it in new ways. And that's like one of my methods, you know, using, you know, AI to like kind of like look at what's unseen, what's unknown,
what maybe is like unconscious to us that maybe we're not aware of. And again, also when you materialize something, when you put it into, when you see it on the screen, you actually like can make it or look at it and hold it. How does that also affect your senses and perception and where you are and where it is? And that I think it's just a very powerful place to kind of work in and to think about new histories, think about new narratives, and going beyond as we go and find all these additional habitable planets out in outer space. And how is if we encounter outer life, like how is that our way of understanding the space because of our histories of knowing Earth? Like how does that going to affect the future?
Yeah, well, we're at about the time, and one last question, because there has been several campaigns around sending artists to space, so I cannot help but asking of you guys, would you go, let's say, to the moon? It's like a 7-day trip?
I think I would. I think after I did it. I did the
not
zero
as
gravity
scary anymore.
So now I'm not scared. No, I think I would do it.
How about you guys?
I don't know. I have 2 young kids, so I don't know. It scares me as an idea. I honestly am not sure.
It would just have to depend on the context, but yes and no. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you again to our fabulous arts panel, a real tradition at Beyond the Cradle. And I'm now going to send you all off to your workshops. I hope you had a chance to take a peek at the posters outside, decide which one you'd like to go to. Sans and Valentina, would you like to come up? These are 2 of our workshop leads. So Sans and Alexis will be leading Space and Play, 1 floor below us. So you can just take the elevators down 1 floor to the 5th floor or go down the stairs. And I think you can also follow Sans as your Pied Piper to Space and Play. Valentina will be leading space architecture on the 2nd floor of this building. So again, just go straight down. One of the 2nd floor rooms is space architecture. The other is led by Pat, who is just outside these doors, and he'll also be on the 2nd floor, and that is the human-computer interaction bio-cyborgs workshop, which will be very interesting. And thank you, Forrest. Forrest Mayan, MIT alum and leading Lunar Outpost, is going to host the Lunar Workshop for lunar payloads, and he will be right next door on this floor in 633 in the auditorium. Now, you have about an hour for the workshops. At 5 sharp, because astronauts appreciate punctuality, we will be starting the astronaut panel. So make sure you are back up here in your seats at 5 p.m. And until then, enjoy the workshops and some coffee. Thanks. You good? Great. Okay, now you can hear me. Okay, fantastic. Welcome back from the workshops. I hope you all had a lovely afternoon. In honor of our astronauts, we are going to start right on time at 5 p.m. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Sana Sharma, another dear friend and researcher with the Space Exploration Initiative, who's been leading an astronaut ethnography program for us for over a year. She'll be telling you a little bit more about the interviews that she's been conducting with these amazing spaceflight participants, and she will be our moderator for today's event finale. Without further ado, Sana, please come on up. Come on up, please.
Alrighty, please join me on stage. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale panel, of Beyond the Cradle. Go for it, however you'd like. My name is Sana, as Ariel mentioned. I wear a couple of different hats. When I am not dreaming of painting in space, which I was earlier today, I also lead up SEI's astronaut ethnography project.
Okay.
Through which we've been fortunate enough to speak with astronauts, cosmonauts, spaceflight participants over the past 2 years or so now, in order to develop a compendium, a database of lived experiences and anecdotal accounts of life in space. We see this as a complementary resource to a lot of the incredible quantitative research that's being done about astronauts, cosmonauts, people who've been to space. And we're hoping, in order to sort of share that information more broadly, to sort of collate, synthesize, and present all of that work with you. With that hat on, and particularly in the spirit of the inflection point that we're at with respect to human spaceflight, I am delighted to be moderating a panel today with astronauts from both the commercial and agency sort of programs currently. I'll do a brief introduction, but then I'd love for you all to introduce yourselves as well. And the hope is that we have a sort of casual fireside chat discussion, and then also take questions towards the end of the panel. So I will be keeping an eye on the time, and I will make sure that Claudia and I tag team in order to get questions from the audience. Alrighty, let's see here. My panelists today are, from this side of the panel to the far end of the couch, not to confuse lefts and rights here, John Schaffner, mission pilot for the upcoming Axiom 2 mission, Scott Kidd-Petit, mission pilot for the upcoming Polaris Dawn mission, and Professor Mike Massimino, former NASA astronaut and professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. And now if I could ask each of you to introduce yourselves. After you, please.
Sure. So I'm Mike. I'm an alum of the school as well, of MIT. I did my grad school work here. So it's, there you go, you can cheer. It's a good school. It's great. It opens up great opportunities, obviously. So it's great to be back here. Thank you very much for having me. I was selected in 1996 by NASA. Got a chance to fly twice in space on the space shuttle. Both of my missions were the Hubble Space Telescope. I was a spacewalker on those missions. And as you said, now I work at Columbia University and do other things.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kidd. And to begin, let's have a disclaimer, set expectations. Credibility-wise, he is the astronaut. We are wannabes, you know.
But it's always better to have a mission in front of you than behind you. So it's.
We are actually referred to as ASCANs, astronaut candidates. Actually, it's CASCANs, commercial astronaut candidates.
Even worse, yeah.
So we have a lot to learn from Mike. Also, it's a pleasure to be here at MIT. As far as credibility is concerned, I have a degree in outdoor education. So I spent 4 years scuba diving, rock climbing, winter mountaineering, whitewater rafting. So being here in front of you guys, speaking to you about space, if you're expecting some orbital mechanics discussions or debates, talk to this guy.
And I'll refer to you to an MIT professor who can.
But as far as background, I was F-16s in the Air Force for 20 years. Upon retirement, instead of making the typical transition to the airlines, I decided on a whim, took an opportunity to work for a company called Draken International, which was owned and run by a gentleman by the name of Jared Isaacman, who is the commander of Inspiration 4, a mission that happened back in September that I was a part of. And that has led down to where I am now as the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn. But prior to this, I was the mission director for Inspiration 4, which was the all-civilian mission to space, which we are proud to say raised $243 million for St. Jude, a partner that will continue to work with with Polaris Dawn. And we also are proud of the fact that this is going to open up accessibility to space exploration for all. And we're just excited for what the future holds for all of us.
Excellent. All right.
Well, they say you should never follow killer acts, so this is tough. My name's John. I'm the pilot for AX2 coming up in about a year. And if you've listened to Mike's formula of it's better to have a mission in front of you, I'm the more fortunate of the three. I think Scott is going to fly in November maybe, and I'll fly in March. So I've got a nice long way to think about this and enjoy the process. But I've wanted to be an astronaut, or fell in love with space when I was 8 years old. It was the age of Gemini, the Gemini missions, and we had a Young Astronauts Club in 1963, and we watched every mission. It was a great evolution, and in a lot of ways, the space sensation was really big at that time. It's a lot like it is today. It was just in-your-face space. Everyone was after it, all the way through Apollo. You know, and it kind of did its thing after that, and my intention to be part of space never happened. I kind of wandered off and found a different path forward. Like Scott, I found lots of ways to get involved in sports that had a high potential of breaking me. My body reminds me every day of all those great adventures that I had. But I had a nice career in manufacturing products for fiber optic cables when that network that industry got started in 1980, and it was fun. But really, it just paved the way for me to go off and do a series of self-discoveries through my own adventures of sports and involvement. And it's led me here today. You know, when we first heard about space opening, I was one of the first people to want to raise my hand, and I'm very happy to be here, and I'm proud to be part of this process with all of you to understand how we open space and make space available. I think it's not a question of anything. It is inevitable. It's just the timeline, I think we can argue from point to point. But thank you, Sana. Thank you, Ariel, Dava. Thank you. Wonderful to be here at MIT and have a chance to share with you and have the conversation.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for those introductions. Again, think about questions you may want to ask towards the end of the panel. And actually, I'd encourage our panelists as well, if you have questions for each other. One of my favorite things about SCI and Beyond the Cradle is that we get to bring together folks from different disciplines, different programs, different institutions. And I'm sure y'all have a lot to learn from each other as well. So don't let me hog the questions is all I'm saying. But maybe to start, John, you've touched on this a bit, but I'd love to understand sort of what your motivations are for going to space, sort of what inspired you to go on that path. Space is amazing, but it's not for the faint of heart. And so I know, John, you described a little bit of this, but I'm curious for you all, sort of what got you started? Please.
Well, for me, maybe similar to John, is that when I was a little boy, I was 6 years old when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. I want to do that. But unlike my two friends here, I'm not much of a thrill seeker, believe it or not. So I realized I probably wasn't going to be a military test pilot, and didn't see how I'd ever. I don't like heights, for example. It didn't. You know, the whole thing didn't seem like it really made sense. But I studied engineering as an undergraduate. Never really I just thought it was impossible to do something like that. But when I was a senior in college, I went to see The Right Stuff, the movie The Right Stuff, and then I read the book by Tom Wolfe, and that rekindled my interest. And by now we're in the mid-1980s, and the shuttle program had started. And I think maybe in some ways similar to what's going on now, more opportunities were available for different types of people. It wasn't only military test pilots. There was still military test pilots becoming NASA astronauts at that time. But there were also scientists and engineers. And I thought, well, you know, maybe this is something that I might be able to do. Worked for a couple of years, and then I came here to MIT to try to pursue that dream. If I could become an astronaut, great. If not, I wanted to work in the space program in some capacity. So while I was here, once I got my master's degree, I was eligible to apply. I met the minimum requirements. So I applied to NASA for the class of 1990 and got rejected from that one. Then I applied for the class of 1992 and got rejected from that one. And then I graduated from MIT and then applied for the class of 1995, got an interview, and then I got rejected from that one. And then I was able to apply again and got another interview and was selected in 1996. And so that was my path, going kind of the, I guess now the more traditional way, filling out the NASA application and going through that selection process.
That's an incredible story of perseverance, and we're definitely going to circle back on your fear of heights when chatting about Hubble. But before we get there, Kid.
I will one-up you. I'm not only scared of heights, I have motion sickness issues.
Oh, wow.
So
a Thunderbird, did you mention you're a Thunderbird pilot? Yeah.
No, you know, as far as my journey, my road, if I had to encapsulate what and how, it's about opportunities. And with those opportunities, you're doing networking, which is something we're all used to doing. Here is a perfect example. And not forcing it. Being patient, allowing those opportunities to develop. I believe Rachel had mentioned the whole, what inspires her with the glass example, and just waiting for that to happen, and you'll have those signs that will lead you down that path. And I think that kind of captures my experience flying. I was much younger than these two guys, child of the 80s. But Right Stuff, Top Gun, 83, 86, when those movies came out, Shuttle era was definitely an inspiration. But based on my lack of scholarly potential, I knew I wasn't going to be able to become an astronaut. So I still had that passion for aviation. By the time I got to college, I had an opportunity to go on an incentive flight in a backseat of a KC-135 to watch some refueling. Deathly airsick, throwing up the entire time. But I got my 2 minutes back by the boom to watch the F-16 pull up to get refueled, and that was enough. That was the catalyst. That was the spark to set me in motion. And I'm a very driven individual, so I set my goal of becoming a fighter pilot, despite my challenges of heights and air sickness. Went to pilot training, started flying fighters, got over those challenges. And then once I started flying, it wasn't enough. I was driven. I wanted to achieve that next goal. So I applied for Fighter Weapons School, which is the Air Force version of Top Gun, graduated from that, and then went on to get selected to be an Air Force Thunderbird, which is the demonstration team, to represent the Air Force and recruit the next generation. So I took advantage of that opportunity, and ultimately it led to a very fruitful 20 years flying F-16s in the Air Force. Based on some family challenges, wife was diagnosed. We ended up calling it quits as far as the Air Force was concerned, and I just, what's next? What's available for opportunities? Typical transition was airlines. I didn't want to do that, so I just kind of waited, and I had networked, made a friendship with a gentleman by the name of Jarek Isaacman, who was starting a company called Draken International. This company was founded to replicate the adversary, fly fighters against the Air Force, against the military. And that ultimately has led to where I am today. He had the desire to go to space, so he partnered with SpaceX for the Inspiration 4 journey, and I was the mission director for that. And based on that performance and what we were able to accomplish and partner with SpaceX has now led to Polaris Dawn, which is the program I'm part of. So that's kind of my journey to where I am today.
Amazing, thank you. And John, anything to add in terms of?
Well, going to space has always been in me, and I've just waited for that opportunity to emerge. I didn't follow it as a 10-year-old, but I think now there are those 10-year-olds out there that are thinking the same thing. How do they go? And I know they're going to be very fortunate to have this chance. So I would like, one of the roles, I'll speak to how I got here, but one of the roles that I think all of us have here now is to help demonstrate that space is real today. Low Earth orbit is accessible. It's happening. And that will encourage investment, involvement in industry, and that will let those 10-year-olds see that there are opportunities coming to space. So I found my way through manufacturing and doing another kind of project, but that was really not in my heart. It was just a mechanism to get me to the point where I could go out and explore and be adventurous. And when this opportunity showed up, my wife actually saw it on a news article that this company Axiom is doing something. So the story is they didn't have, they were such a new company with a website, they had no phone number on the website. But it was info@axiom.com. So I whacked out an email really quick. Actually, I whacked out the email, and then I paused for 2 days. Because I'm not a window shopper. I don't window shop. If I go in the shop, I'm going to come out with something, with that thing. So I let the email sit there for 2 days, and then went dink. And I sat there by the computer for a couple of hours, waiting for the response. Nothing happened. They don't check this info@axiom.com. Nobody does. It took 2 months to drill into the company through some other path. Actually, I met one of the flight surgeons through another contact. And they laugh about it now. Mike Alegria says, we never thought anybody, we'll never get a customer through info. So they're not looking at it. So I was committed to go one way or the other. So, here we are, we roll in, I'm going to go, just tell me what to do. For me, the training process is, I like systems, I like engineering, I like the development of that. So that is the astronaut experience for me, but I really want to go there and absorb all of that and then translate that to others so that they want to accomplish something like that and do great things.
Yeah, I'd love to ask you all about the training experience, given that we have 3 different programs and 3 different training mechanisms. John, what's it been like training with Peggy Whitson, who is Axiom 2 pilot? Axiom 2 commander, but also spent, I think, over 600 days in space as a NASA astronaut. What's it been like working with her?
Well, Peggy cuts a wide swath in her industry, and she's very well known. Mike knows her well. She's very impressive, but she made it known to me from day one that this isn't a slacker mission. She expects performance, dedication, and drive. Fortunately, I was her guy.
Okay.
I was already going to bring that anyway, but she's such a gracious person. She's a pleasure to work with. She knows the system. She knows what's required. And I could not be in better hands. And when we identify our other crew members, when that happens, they will have the same experience, I'm sure. And Peggy's my buddy in this process. And she's helped me understand what I need to do and how to take those steps, how to embrace the NASA JSC ecosystem and the mentality there, and fold in and perform. So that's what I ask for. I ask for the full in-the-face training experience, and that's what I'm getting.
Awesome. And Kid, Jarek Isaacman was commander for Inspiration 4, and so has been to space. But for you and your 2 crewmates, this is your first time heading up. What's the training process been like?
Absolutely, that's a great question. And it's amazing what's going on right now in the industry. I mean, if you compare the training that Mike and Mr. Hoffman went through with NASA, I mean, it's years of very intense training. But that's not practical for future generations of going to space. I mean, it's not practical for us with missions that are 6 to 9 months away. So I was very fortunate to shadow Jared throughout the Inspiration 4 process, just like John was backup for Axiom 1. So I got to see what they went through. We have no intentions of shortchanging my experience. There's still that teamwork that needs to be developed. We more or less break it down into 3 phases. As John mentioned, phase 1 is that general knowledge of systems and contingency operations, emergency procedures, getting familiar with the vehicle. Phase 2 is more of that specialized training. So for our mission with Polaris Dawn, we've set some pretty aggressive objectives, one being the first commercial spacewalk. We're also going to strive for the highest altitude Earth orbit is concerned, and we're also doing a lot of telecommunication along with the science and research that we have lined up for the experiments. So that phase 2 is some of that specialized training that we're going to accomplish. For example, And in standard SpaceX fashion, they get very creative with the things that they do. One being how we're going to train for the EVA. One is deep sea scuba diving off an oil rig here and coming up in a couple weeks. So that's some of the specialized training that's going to be accomplished. And then that third phase is the fun stuff that we like to do that we did on Inspiration 4. You may have seen in the documentary Countdown for Netflix. We're going to do a mountain climbing to get that, replicate that austere environment, close quarters, working together as a team, being uncomfortable, comfortable in an uncomfortable scenario, and then fly fighter jets. You got to fly fighter jets. It's just too fun not to. So that's part of that, that third phase of building that team out.
Okay, and Mike, I'm curious if there were elements of your training preparing for shuttle missions that felt unusual or unexpected in terms of the regimen that you were presented, or if there was an element of training that proved to be really, really useful while on orbit on shuttle.
Both of the above.
Yeah?
Yeah, so, I mean, for us, we were, and mentioned Jeff Hoffman, who was a NASA astronaut in a few classes before me, and now a professor here as well. I came in as a civilian, and we had a lot of military fighter pilot, test pilots, and other people from the military. So I think some of the training might have been familiar to them, but one of the first things we did was go through survival training so we could fly in the T-38 high-performance jet aircraft, and it was a career for us. It was a full-time job. It was something that we wanted to do long-term, and so the investment that the government put into us was a long-term investment, and so we got a lot of training over the first couple of years. We were all astronaut candidates, ASCANs, and it's about a 2-year training program, at least it was for our class, where you learn about the different spacecraft you're going to fly on. Back then it was the shuttle and the beginning of the space station. You get an introduction to a lot of things, but the spacewalk training typically came after those 2 years. Your initial spacewalk training, also the robotics training and the rendezvous training typically came after those first 2 years of initial training. At the same time, we were given jobs, technical jobs to work. So you might work, I think my first job was like in our computer branch, and worked in the robotics branch, and then went to the EVA branch. Usually after a flight, you would be given the opportunity to work as a Capcom in mission control. So it was long. It was 2 years of ASCAN training, and then you're eligible for flight. For me, it was another 2 years until I got assigned, and then another 2 years until I flew. I was training specifically for that flight, and our flight, my flights to Hubble were intensive with spacewalking. So it was a lot of underwater in our pool, not necessarily out, in the Gulf of Mexico, wherever you guys are going, but we were out. We were trained in the pool to do those tasks and learn how to work the systems, and it was a lot, but it was our life. It's what we did every day, full time over those period of years, and when there was a lot of camaraderie between us too. Peggy Whitson was my astronaut classmate, and we all got to know each other very, very well. We got a lot of help from the folks in the office. If there was something you needed help at, you got it from someone, and you would give help when they needed it. It was this great camaraderie between the folks who were there before you and the folks that you were training with, and then you pass it down to the people who came from behind you. So that was just wonderful, and that was our experience. I did that, was at NASA as an astronaut for 18 years. The one thing that is different, and Kid mentioned this, is that it's with the new vehicles you have now, you're not in there as long training. That goes not only, both of these guys are going to be flying on the SpaceX vehicle that my friends fly on now. We just had a launch recently. The last few crews that have gone up on SpaceX, they've gone through pretty much the same training you guys, I mean, by definition, same training you guys are going through. And what has been very interesting about that is that compared to the shuttle, which was so manually intensive, for someone like Kid, if he was applying as a pilot back in the shuttle days, he would have a different syllabus than I would have as a mission specialist, because it was so intensive to work the shuttle. Even most of my training, a good majority of it was shuttle systems, and I wasn't even a pilot. That was because it was all manually controlled, and all the emergency procedures and everything had to be done by people. the pilot on my first flight, Dwayne Carey, I saw him the guy that lives out in Colorado Springs, saw him a couple months ago, and I asked him, how much of your training as an astronaut pilot for the space shuttle did you not use in space? And he said 99.99% of it, because he had to be the backup for everything. Every emergency that you could think of had to be done typically predominantly by the crew. So that required a lot of training. And now with the automatic systems that we have, it makes this possible.
Yeah.
And not only for the two guys next to me and my two friends here, but also for the career astronauts that went through the same process I did. They're able to concentrate more on the other aspects of their mission than just flying the vehicle. So.
You know, Mike touched on something that I think is really important when you talk about the astronaut experience, and that's the camaraderie that you build over those years, because the process at NASA was years and years, and if you got assigned. And today, because the training can be compressed because the systems are more self-managed, you can show up, be trained, go to space, and come back. And yes, you had a good time with some people that you met along the way, but it's not quite the depth and richness of that experience. You know, we'll process that, but I'm sure you had some great times, during that period. Maybe that eclipsed some of the actual space time, but.
It actually, it's interesting you mentioned that, John, and that's why I think the training is so important, because the space flight goes by in a blink. I mean, I never went on a 6-month expedition, but I think even that probably our colleagues would say, But when I first left NASA, what I thought about, what I would dream at night or think about was missing that time in space. But now what I really miss is the training. I'm glad you asked about that, because that was really meaningful, figuring out how you were going to do things, working with your crew, how we were going to do the spacewalks, getting help from people like Jeff, who had done those missions prior, and how we were going to do these new things, and working with the engineers and the flight control team and our instructors. That's what I missed, that part of it. So the training, we're talking about getting flight delays. I think more delays the better, because that time is really special. And now looking back on my time at NASA, to me that was, I think it really was the highlight. Just as much, maybe even more so, because the flight went by, it seemed like it was a blink and you're back on the ground. So the training was great.
That's definitely something I've seen based on the experience with Inspiration 4, is that camaraderie, that teamwork. SpaceX puts so much emphasis on that. Like it was almost a grading criteria. Okay, you guys are ready for this mission at the very end, right up, leading up to the launch. And it was all based on how they worked as a team. And that's why Jared elected to do some of the things that we did with the fighter jet training, the climbing the mountain, just because it built that teamwork that is so crucial, because you're up in a very austere environment, whether it's 3 days, 5 days, or 6 months. That's one of the challenges that we're all going to be facing for long duration space flight is that group dynamic of how we get along, cohesion, because we all have personalities, and that can generate conflict. And you got to be able to work through those issues, because you got nowhere to go. I guess unless you do a spacewalk. But that's why for Polaris Dawn, I mean, I got like a rock star crew. I am seriously the lymphac. Jared, who's experienced flying Dragon, and then we got Sarah and Anna, who are, cream of the crop at SpaceX, who teach us how to, the systems, and they're the primary instructors for the astronauts. So I'm definitely bringing up the caboose, but we have elected not to skimp on the training at all. It's all about, we're going to start from day one like we were a brand new crew. Not only because it's good for them to get familiar with the systems again and get proficient, it's me to get caught up, but it's also to build that teamwork between each other, so we can get to that that graduation point come mission.
It is very exciting to see you as a mission director and the rest of your crew being sort of instructors in the process of getting people ready to go to space, all getting the opportunity to go as well. By the time you come back down, you're going to have embodied experience that you get to pass on to the next folks who get to go up. That's going to be quite the learning experience.
Sure.
Just for clarification, that the mission director, I always cringe when I heard that name, because I was not like a NASA level, SpaceX level mission director. I was kind of the guy in charge of the team, anywhere from getting coffee to, I did get to sit on mission control for the launch and through the mission and get on the recovery ship, which was phenomenal. But by no means was I a mission director. But to your point, great experience, and I wish I'd paid a little more attention in class during Inspiration 4, knowing what I know now, but
Sure.
Good experience nonetheless.
Well, I volunteered with Peggy as backup for AX1 for the same reason, to have the full depth of experience and as much training as possible. You know, I'm kind of a systems guy. I've been a pilot my whole life since a teenager. I love all that stuff. So having a chance to, my first drive onto campus at JSC was, these are the buildings that I looked at in the books when I was a kid. And I had a pass to go in almost any one I wanted. And it was during COVID last spring, summer, and the place is almost empty. So, and I'd stay late at night studying, and I'm the only one there, and go in on Sunday and study. It was such an awesome experience. But to have the chance to go through the flow and to be sure you're ready, number one, and to absorb all the learning and knowledge of what it is going to be like and what the requirements are on station and the capsule was, the whole training flow is a big process.
Yeah, when it comes to all of these amazing experiences, something that I'd love to hear from all of you is how you all have or intend to share these experiences more broadly. It's something that we care a lot about at SEI and beyond the Cradle in particular, with respect to sharing and opening access to some of these experiences to space. What are you all thinking of in terms of the ways that you'll engage as you go up? And Mike, in terms of your entire career post NASA, during and post? Yeah.
Sure. Well, I was the first guy to tweet from space. What do you think of that? Yeah. So, but I think sharing the mission was something that was important to us at NASA, of course, and it wasn't necessarily, I mean, it was very important, but we had to take care of the mission first. And I think social media has helped with that, being able to share that story. You can follow crews on Instagram or on Twitter, and I tried writing a blog for a while during my training, but that was like handing in another term paper. You know, it was mistakes and spelling errors. So then Twitter came along and they asked me to do that, and I was like, well, how much do I have to write for that? And they said 140 characters, 140 words or characters, and they said characters. I go, I can do that. So, but I think that has enabled us to help share the story, and since I've left NASA, I guess that's kind of what I do is I tell stories, both in the classroom at Columbia and speaking and writing a book. I wrote a book after I left NASA, and try to do as much of events like this as I can, or television news or whatever it might be. So, but it was kind of interesting, is I think that when I look at what these guys are doing, like what you did as your mission director and working on that Inspiration 4, you were able to raise awareness about a charity. You can, I think, direct more of your mission toward those types of outreach things. Where at NASA, it seemed like, we were more focused on the mission aspects, and which part of was education and outreach, but that wasn't. It was hard to make that a focus. And that typically things that I have done more of that since leaving NASA than I did as an astronaut.
Fair.
As cliche as it sounds, I mean, inspiration is critical for our generation. That's the reason why we named it Inspiration 4. We need to inspire, just like the shuttle era did for America. It got everyone hyped about space again following the Apollo program. And that's what we need to continue to do with our missions, because we can't afford to plateau. We got to continue this progression, this evolution, to allow more doors to open and become more accessible to everyone, inclusive. So with regard to our mission, one thing that we have set forth as an objective is laser communication. So they're modifying our trunk, part of Dragon, with a Starlink laser terminal. We'll have a router in the Dragon, terminal in the trunk, and then that will communicate with the network mesh of Gen 1.5 Starlink satellites, which will hopefully provide connectivity that we've never seen before with regard to communicating with people in space, whether it's the station or the shuttle. So, we're still working through the protocol of how that's going to work and how many satellites we'll have by the time we do launch. But, in our minds, if we can open it up to like a Truman Show type, where you guys have 24/7 access, that's ultimately the goal. We're mounting cameras in the new EVA prototype suit that they're developing. We're also coming up with kind of these CubeSat devices that will record the actual EVA, because again, it's all about inspiring, and we want to share that EVA with you guys. So, Jared's a big Star Wars fan, the holocron, this 1U CubeSat with all these 360 cameras is the idea, whether it's tethered, released, but that will hopefully capture that EVA to share with you guys.
Well, we have after I get there and fill up the first SD card with a bunch of selfies, then we'll start. We'll have a full placard of science that we will do, working with Axiom and Christian over here to develop some interesting things. Dr. Hastings here and her colleagues at Chris Mason Lab are setting up some really powerful genomics experience. We're going to sequence the first human genome in orbit with our own samples. And I'll do a lot of outreach. I'm partnering with my alma mater local school system. They want to become a STEM certified school. And I want to drill back. I want to help them build out their system. I grew up in Appalachia, southeast Kentucky. And the school systems there are a little underserved. And throughout the whole chain through that region, we want to create a template for STEM in a strong way, with STEM laboratories that give hands-on experience to these kids. I want to drill back and find the 8-year-old and the 10-year-old that I was there, and to give them something to put their hands on. If I had had that when I was going in that system, I would have flown with Mike. I would have been, at my age at that point, I would have timed into the shuttle program perhaps if I'd studied harder. But I want if a kid a young person wants to have that, they should have that as an opportunity. And we've talked a lot about, it's not just finding an astronaut, it's finding all the biology researchers, the robotics people, the synthetic biologists, the people that are there that will process the data that comes back and the information. So there's a world of space stuff, and I'd like to help the students, beginning at a very young age, realize that those processes are available to them and help enable them. So when they show up at MIT in their first year, they're fully prepared.
Excellent. On the subject of science and technology and missions, I have to come back to it. How was servicing Hubble, particularly given maybe an innate fear of heights? What was that experience like?
Yeah, the height thing, I don't like looking over the side of a building. My wife and I walked across by the Hoover Dam. They have a bridge that terrified me.
Right.
There's this bridge that and I don't like any of that stuff. But as long as I'm moving, I'm okay.
Okay.
Like in an airplane, I'm fine, or in a spaceship, or a zip line.
Gravity.
Looking over the exactly. Looking over the side, I don't like that. I'll stay away. I don't like that at all. But as long as I'm moving, I'm all right. It did with Hubble. There was a point. The only time I had an issue was on the end of the robot arm. We went up high to fold up these solar panels that we were going to take off and replace. And then I had a reference down at the payload bay of about 60 or 65 feet. I was like, whoa! And then the brain kicked in, like, oh, you're on the edge of this thing, and I'm like, I'm perfectly fine. I'm not going to go anywhere. If I fall, I'm just going to float. But still, what I did is I grabbed onto the tool handle, just to have something in my hands. And I knew it was silly, but I just did it anyway. It made me feel better. But overall, servicing Hubble was just a great missions to be on. Really well supported by NASA and the team at the Johnson Space Center, at the Goddard Space Flight Center. We had what we needed to do those missions for the support and the tools, and a lot of lessons learned from Jeff and his crew and the other crews that came before us. And it was great, because I think it was like an engineer's dream to be on those flights, because it was, how can we do things differently? What tools do we need? This one spacewalk, the last spacewalk I did on Hubble, we took an instrument apart and we placed a power supply and required the development of 100 new tools for that specific task. And it was a great culture and attitude surrounding those missions. So I was very lucky, I think, to be on those missions. So even with the height, being afraid of heights wasn't that much of an issue for that. So
that's amazing. All right, thank you so much. I want to make sure, I'm keeping an eye on the time, that we have a chance for audience questions. So Claudia is going to be helping me if anyone has a question here to raise their hand, and we will get the mic to you. I'm going to be pretty strict about using the mic so that our folks at home, as well as the folks in the audience here today, can hear everybody. All right, but let's take a look at what questions we may have.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful chat. My name is Dana, and I have a question about perception or perspective. So I think being an astronaut in today's world is kind of like being an existential celebrity, or celebrities play you in movies like Sandra Bullock. And, you know, there's this idea of celebrity that comes up, I think, for all of us with you. And I'm curious, I think that comes from, or is born from, the idea of you can all see stuff that we will never see. Most of us will never see. Like, your eyes are gonna see stuff, John and Kid. And Mike, you've seen stuff that, you've seen the Earth from space. That is unbelievable. So I think that is where the celebrity idea comes in. And I'm wondering, I think for Mike, my question is, what was it like when you saw the Earth for the first time from space? And then my question for the other two, future perception vehicles for the rest of us, what do you anticipate that's going to feel like?
There are no words to describe the beauty of our planet. So I'll just tell you my experience, particularly during the spacewalks where there was no window to constrain what you could look at. It was my second spacewalk where I really had time to soak in the view. Before that, I was like so busy. My first spacewalk, I didn't really look around that much, believe it or not. But during my second spacewalk, the pace of it was a little more reasonable. I felt more comfortable, and things were going well. And I had a few minutes to just observe the planet. It was a day pass. We were coming over. It was well lit. And the thought, words don't describe it, so I'll just tell you what I was thinking or feeling. The thought that went through my mind when I really looked and just soaked it in was, this is more beautiful than human eyes can comprehend. It's like a secret. People are not supposed to see this. And I actually said, it's too beautiful to look at. And I turned my head. And then I realized, you idiot, of course you're supposed to look at it. So I turned back. And I took another look. And then I just lost myself in the beauty of our planet. And I started to get a bit emotional. And I could feel, and tears were starting to well up in my eyes. And then I became horrified because we were having a problem on previous missions with our drink bag. It's kind of like a Camelback drink valve, and it was burping out water and mixing with the anti-fog. And it found its way back to the crew member's eye and got soapy water in his eye. Chris Hadfield was blinded during one of his space. And I realized, oh my goodness, I'm introducing my own water into my spacesuit. And if I cause this problem, there's going to be an investigation. And I'm going to have to tell the truth that I was crying during the spacewalk. So I got myself under control, and I looked this third time I looked again, and the thought that went through my mind is, this is the view from heaven. You know, this is how we would be seen from afar. And then I dwelled on that for just another moment, and I was like, no, that's not right. It's more beautiful than that. This is what heaven must look like. I think we are living in a paradise. I truly believe that. And every minute we have here is precious. I can't imagine anywhere being more beautiful than our planet. So that's what I think.
Mic drop?
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, what I'm looking forward to is exactly what he described. I mean, I can't articulate it better than he did. You know, every astronaut that we've talked to, we have these mentoring sessions with our crew. We call up some astronauts and just get their perspective. And the overview effect description is exactly the same from every single person we talk to. So
they're stealing my lines?
They are, you know, but they didn't cry.
So, yeah.
But just how fragile our planet is. And everyone describes the atmosphere of being this narrow band. And I'm looking forward to having my perspective on the world changed based on that experience, and then coming back and, you know, it's kind of it's bittersweet because right now only so many people can experience that. Hopefully, again, these doors open up and we all get to experience that. You know, a world without borders, and experiencing and traveling, you know, the entire planet, just to experience its beauty and what it has to offer, and really appreciating the resources that we have.
And John?
That's a tough one. But I think we're talking about an emotion here that is experienced. And actually, I bumped into Rachel Rose in the elevator going down. I was telling Sana that I said, I'm looking for the way to capture that emotion, to record that so that I can convey it. Because it will be there. It will be something powerful. I'm expecting that. So I'm looking for the medium of how to absorb that, capture it, and bring it back. That's what I want to do.
I'm sure there are many people in the audience who would love to talk to you about media for capturing things in space. But I think we have, if I might, I think we have time for one more question. Please.
No pressure. This is primarily a question for Mike, but I'd be interested in any other glasses as well. My name is David Colby-Reed. I'm a student here, among other things. But I'm interested in the experience of what it's like to work in space. And I know that astronauts' time is very tightly managed, and like there are many tasks that are broken down into subtasks and so on. But I'm curious, are there things that don't quite fit into that picture, or what's it like, just like doing the work that isn't encoded in procedures when you're in space? And how do you go about that, or do you have a story about that?
Just in general, like the flight plan for the day and getting everything done, and is that what you're? Yeah. So depending on the length of your mission, it might change a little bit. Like for the space shuttle missions that I was on, everything was very tightly planned. Every minute was accounted for, particularly when we had spacewalk days, because you did not want to waste any time. You had to get out the door. Things typically would run long on our spacewalks, and so we wanted to get out as soon as we could, but we couldn't rush. We had to be safe about it, of course. So those days were pretty intense, and then turning it around for another, because we did our spacewalks 5 days in a row, so 2 teams alternating. So those are really highly choreographed. That's what all the training was about, to get those spacewalks down and the whole prep and post and all that down, so we could do it as quickly as possible and efficiently and so that was that part of it. And then there were days toward the end of the mission where the pace was slower. After with spacewalks were over, kind of resting up, getting a chance to take photos and enjoy it. For the space station, now going from a couple weeks in space where it's really tight, not much time off at all, with space station we realized people can't keep that pace up. So it's a little bit of a different work pace where they get Sundays off, half a day off on Saturday. Depending on the crews or the crew member, they may get a lot of things done in a typical day. They try not to over-schedule them. There was something called the task list, where if you had extra time, you could go to that to finish stuff up. You know, I'm going to get ahead on the task list here and there. But you're trying to stay on the timeline. You're trying not to get behind. You're trying to get all your work done. A lot of people are counting on you. You don't want to squander that situation. You want to make every minute count. And you can do that for a week or two, but I think it's harder to do that over the 6-month pace. So the space station is a little more, I would say, reasonably paced for that. They celebrate holidays, things like that go on, where that didn't happen on the shorter mission. So I think I don't know if that answers your question or not. That's what you're looking for. Or there was something else you were looking for there. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, I don't know, I work on the 5th floor, and I need to print a paper to read it.
Yeah.
But, like, the printer doesn't work, and I spend like a half hour trying to get the printer to work.
Yeah.
Are there things like that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all the time. It says.
The unknown.
There's less of that. I would say, from my experience in space, there's less of that. Being in space is a lot easier than being on the ground. After my first mission, I arrived back in the driveway, because you can't drive. So my wife drives me back home. After we landed, and I noticed there's like shingles missing on the roof. Like, when did this happen? Oh, we had a storm. I go, why did we call the guy? And she's like, you're the guy. So that was an issue. And then my second flight, I get back, and I'm hearing like frogs coming from the backyard at night. My first time, what's going on back here? The pool pump broke. We had a pool in Houston, and it broke, and it turned into a lagoon. And frogs moved in while I was missing. So I know what I'll be doing tomorrow, that kind of stuff. So we didn't have those things. Earth is much tougher. I think it's much tougher. So when something breaks in space, you have a lot of help. Your crewmates are there, and the ground is there. So yeah, no, it's much easier, I found. We had a lot of support there for us. And the pace was as I described. And I was just wondering, like, with you guys, because you guys have the missions a few days to a couple weeks or whatever. I don't know how much free time is going to be for you guys.
I'm doomed. I fly with Peggy Whitson, and there's a thing called the Peggy factor.
I wasn't going to say, John, she was the one there was no one who could outwork her. I Capcom for her. I never flew in space with her, but I would Capcom for her, and she was on that task list. They couldn't keep up with her.
Well, there's all the astronauts on station have a timeline. And everybody's on the screen. There's Bob, Joe, Peggy, Sally, and their task from 8 a.m. after breakfast, after the daily briefing, all the way to the end of the daily briefing. There's a timeline. Start, stop, start this task, this task. Even gathering tools is on the timeline. And then there's a red line that starts ticking across, and it's called chasing the red line. So you've got this task goes from 9 to 9:45 or 11:20. And if the printer jams or you've had some other hiccup, you've got to get back and beat it. Peggy always was ahead of that curve, mysteriously. Going to the task jar, the job jar, they call it, get something new. Job jar is empty. She calls down to ground. Give me something else. What else you got? So Mike Seferdini, who was running the station program at the time, termed it the Peggy factor. So I've got no hope. I'm going to be required to keep the 120% pace with Peggy, so we'll see how it goes. So
I think that's our obligation with the missions that we've set forth and where we are in this evolution, this revolution of space exploration. Based on limited resources that we have right now, and us being fortunate enough to be a part of this, maximizing that time to do the science research experiments that need to be done to prepare us for long-duration spaceflight. We have to do it now. That's why we've adopted this more operational mindset. We did Inspiration 4. It was more about inspiring, open the door, make it more accessible, inclusive. Now it's like, okay, we got some work to do to be able to bridge that gap between Falcon 9, Dragon to Starship, SpaceX concerned. There's certain things operational that we need to do, and with regard to science and research. So hopefully we can fill that time that we're going to be up there doing those good deeds to prepare us all for travel.
Wonderful. All right, I think we are just about at time. Mike, Kid, John, thank you so much for being here today. And thank you all for listening to this panel. Can we give a round of applause for our panelists here? I believe it's now time to turn the proverbial and literal mic back over to Ariel to close this out.
Nice job, gentlemen.
Oh, it's fun. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love those stories. You had us laughing the whole time. Christian and I couldn't just. Just do another round of applause for an amazing and insightful astronaut panel. Well, we've made it to the end of the day, everyone. Thank you all to those of you who came in person. It's really special to be able to have an in-person gathering again after 2 years. And to all the folks on the live stream, again, thank you for joining us. I wanted to say thank you to all of our speakers. We have nearly 24 speakers who joined us this year. You've heard now from all of them across the day. One of the magical things about Beyond the Cradle is that we try to connect these different corners of the space industry. So if you heard from one of them and you want to follow up more, or maybe you met someone, a future colleague here, and you needed their email, or you need a way to connect, please reach out to the Space Initiative team. We love these Beyond the Cradle moments where we're actually able to connect future collaborators and different ideas that can cross so many different sectors when we bring everyone here together to, what we like to say, weave the tapestry of the future creation for space exploration. I also want to especially thank our event production crew for today. They're here on the right-hand side: Jess Souza, Alan Tosca, Elisa O'Hara, and Claudia Robena. I think Claudia's right around here. The event would absolutely not be able to happen without them. I also want to give a shout out to Steve Sargent and his production company. Thank you, Steve, for amazing, impeccable AV this year. And to Marcia and Vialago, who have been keeping us well fed and fueled throughout the day. It's hard for these vendors to be able to come back after 2 years, and we're so thrilled to have them both. So Steve and Marcia, thank you so much. I'm now going to share something new with all of you. We're going to close the day on another high note. Let's see now, 6 years ago, we started the Space Exploration Initiative here on this stage at Beyond the Cradle. This was the first time that we came out publicly with the story of doing space at the Media Lab. And now there's a new chapter dawning. We're calling it Aurelia. This is an old English word for chrysalis, what butterflies live within. The idea being that we, humanity, are at a cusp of our next metamorphosis into a spacefaring species. And I'm excited to share a little sneak peek of what we'll be up to. Aurelia is a humanist organization looking at how do we actually scale humanity's presence in space. So we have many examples of space architecture, from Skylab to Mir to the International Space Station, to amazing new space stations that are coming online, like Axiom Station and Orbital Reef. And yet these are still volumes that can only accommodate a few humans at a time. How do we bridge from that level of space architecture to ring worlds, or grand space architecture as we envision it in science fiction, and do it rigorously? This is not just speculative design fiction. This is really asking ourselves, how will we build the infrastructure for scaling human life in space? We are standing on the shoulders of giants, NASA, ESA, many others, to even be able to contemplate changing the paradigm from just surviving in space to a lot of what we heard about today, actually thriving in space. And so when we say Aurelia is a humanist organization, that's what we mean. How can we enable scaling human presence in orbit, in low Earth orbit, and then maybe beyond on our way to Moon and Mars, and also do it in this humanist way where we move from just surviving to thriving. This is an organization built on the MIT Space Exploration Initiative. We decided it was time to really do Starfleet Academy. You guys have been hearing us talk about this for several years. There are many organizations out there that are going to contribute to what will really be a communal Starfleet Academy. But we do feel like we have this opportunity to build the infrastructure. So we have 3 pillars. First is technology, R&D for space architecture, grand next generation space architecture. The second is education and outreach. Can we take the zero gravity flight course that I teach every fall for MIT graduate students and open this up to a much wider audience, allow other students from all around the world, if we can do it right, to actually begin participating, not just as space tourists, but as co-participants and builders of a shared space future. So that's pillar number 2, really the education and outreach piece of Starfleet Academy. And the third is policy. Because as we've seen already with space debris and many different challenges in the space arena, it is a commons, and we have to prevent tragedies of the commons to the best of our ability. And there's quite a lot of work that we as potential creators of space architecture and space stations need to be thinking about at the beginning of our work, not as an afterthought. And so we're also excited to have a policy, think tank, and a governance arm helping us consider ethical implications of our own work and this role for humanity's expanding presence in the near neighborhood of our cosmos. We like to think about these long-term thinking challenges. Does anybody here know the Long Now Foundation? Does that ring a bell for some folks? They have this incredible story that they tell that builders of cathedrals in England would happily go out and spend days and days of their labor planting trees that wouldn't be harvested for 200 years, knowing that they would need that timber in 200 years for their future generations to harvest and replace the beams in these cathedrals. And it's not that we no longer have this commitment. There are certain aspects of society that really do commit to long-term thinking. But this is exactly the kind of intergenerational, multi-century investment that we need to be doing now for the future of humanity's horizons in a spacefaring species. And so when we talk about the Anthropocosmos, this is a term that we've coined here at MIT to relate both to the Anthropocene, this era of burgeoning human activity on Earth for better and for worse, and to say, we're about to do this in space. Humanity's going out in all of these different ways in the near neighborhood of our solar system. What are the opportunities and the responsibilities in this new era of the Anthropocosmos, and how can we be thoughtful contributors and really at the vanguard of this work? Something that's important to note just for the practicality of an endeavor like this, some of you in the audience are on missions with NASA or Orbital Reef or Axiom that are going to be human-rated. These are massive undertakings. And so part of what we think Aurelia can do, well before we ever do a human-rated mission, that could be $1 billion class mission or maybe even $1 trillion class mission, is to begin doing the proof of concept, iterative prototyping for payloads that can be sent to space, self-assembled in space based on my PhD research, or origami and self-expanding in space, and begin to explore the technologies that we'll need to de-risk to actually be able to build large-scale infrastructure. So we've been really thrilled to already have a chance to do some of this early technology exploration work with Axiom on the AX-1 mission. And the Aurelia portfolio will be every year multiple spaceflight missions testing miniature all the way up to at-scale prototypes for advanced technology for human spaceflight. We don't expect to necessarily build all and the only human-rated habitats. For that, we will partner. But we think that there's a need to actually push forward on the novel technology to be able to do more than just cylindrical pressure vessels in orbit, which is the current model of the ISS. I'll tell you now a little bit about the team. A few of them are salted here with you in the audience. The Aurelia team is highly interdisciplinary. It takes a village of creators and engineers and architects to be able to pull off a vision like this. And we're basing it on the spirit of the Media Lab, which was also the inspiration for the MIT Space Exploration Initiative to begin with, which is the magic that happens when you have a profoundly interdisciplinary group of people coming together to weave this fabric of technological advancement, thinking about user-centric design for how will we actually want to live a life worth living in space. And so we're building on this spirit of needing to bring lots of different creative minds together and really envision a life in space that we would all want to partake in. So I'll say, if you are a long-term thinker and a near-term builder, come join us. We're hiring. We have many different ways to collaborate through fellowships, advisory council, creative endeavors, and just research collaborations. This is meant to be the beginning of a real-life Starfleet Academy, and so we would love to extend this opportunity. And we're soft launching with Beyond the Cradle with this tradition of this is where we announce our next new chapter. This is where Space Exploration Initiative started 6 years ago, and I'm so happy to have had a few moments to explain Aurelia Institute to you. And with that, there's nothing else. You're now free to go to the reception. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening.